And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 111, your weekly dose of Tuna Cup action. I'm, of course, your side VIP with you, and joined by these amazing players, by the ByuN chats, and by my plushies as well. Whew. Welcome. Bienvenidos, papi, bienvenidos, as we have something a little bit different here. Again, usually our Tuna Cups are on the weekend, usually they're on Sundays, but because of the SC for All tournament over the weekend, we did reschedule to Tuesday instead. So we have moved our event over. It does typically impact the participation, I should say. It does impact participation, unfortunately, negatively, I should say, just because the weekend is prime time. But you know, just to still have a weekly tournament this week, we have moved over to Tuesday, and we have our first series of the broadcast. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves as we are jumping into our TVP. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the pink Protoss. For among SC2 people, it is Rebellion. And spawning in the top left hand corner, but also going for the proxy across the map. Let's go, baby, let's go. We have the Australian Terran player. It is Seiko. Here we go. As you can see here, we have the Raxes upon us, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gabba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our initial matchup here. Best of luck. Rebellion, of course, he's more of an up-and-coming semi-pro over in the Korean scene. Meanwhile, we have Seiko, who's also more of an amateur Australian or amateur player in the OCE region. So we'll see if he can cause an upset. We'll see if he can bring some, we'll make something happen here against Rebellion. Let's go. Let us go. First things first, Rebellion does go for the probe scout. Rebellion will go for the gas seal, and he will confirm that the Rax is missing. Something is wrong, something is amiss. The Rax is nowhere to be found, and it's going to be on Rebellion to confirm where exactly it is. So Rebellion, he is fanning out. He is fanning out, he is checking, is looking. Likewise, he does find the proxy, does check, does confirm, and now it's going to be Rebellion to prepare back at home. So far, the cyber core is done. The initial units is going to be on the way as well. Safety Zealot did pop out to make sure bunkers don't get up and running. And so far, good reaction, good response here by Rebellion. Yeah, bunker on the low ground. Rebellion's going to be contained on one base, going for a Stargate opener. Interesting. With the Stargate, can counterattack across the map with an Oracle. Can get across. Factory has begun. As we are down to one SCV. Ooh, gets a Marine. Yeah, Marine does go down to what? All the Marines are falling one after the other. Brutal losses, brutal pickups. Ay. Not like this. Oof. As, yeah, Seiko will lose every Marine. The bunker rush, the proxy is completely shut down. That was how many? That was 5 Marines, 1 SCV for a Zealot. Oh boy. Yeah, some brutal losses there. Brutal losses. And from here, Seiko, he is floating back home. This proxy has not been worth it. Did delay the Nexus at least. Did delay the expansion. But remember, behind this, we have the Stargate on the way. The Oracle's going to be massing. And back at home, there's not really much that shoots up. We're going for not a Cyclone, but a Widowmine drop or Widowmine follow-up. Depending on the position here, Widowmines can maybe shut down the Oracle. We'll see where the Widowmine does burrow. Likewise, Seiko has yet to confirm that it is a Stargate. The Rax goes in, the Rax lands, which means the Rax does not scout the tech. Ooh, this is a bit of an oversight here. Without scouting, doesn't know whether he has to get ready for the Oracle. Yeah, he has no idea. Mine shot gets baited. Oracle's going in. What shoots up? Nothing. There's nothing here. There's just nothing here. We have an add-on on the way on a said factory. Pulsar beam activated a little bit early. Yeah, a little bit premature, and GG. GG gets cold as nothing shoots up. There is no army units, and Rebellion takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very intense, very fast, very quick game 1 here, as Rebellion does take a lead in the series. Again, it was a cheeky start out of Seiko. Unfortunately, Rebellion, he went for the probe scout across the map. He saw that the Rax was missing, and he did check the proxy location. Was able to confirm early on, respond with his Zealots, shut it down with the early Stalker, delayed his Nexus in favor of the Stargate. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we are getting ready for game number 2. Let's see. Let's jump in. Let us jump in, and we'll see if Seiko once again goes into something more aggressive, or if we calm down. If we calm things down and go for something more macro oriented instead. Let's go. Let us go. As we have our lobby. Oh, game 2 is going to be on Tokamak. Okay, one of the more larger standard maps in the map pool. Now, because it's so large, there are some good proxy locations on this map, so we could try to proxy again. But after game 1, I would be opposed to proxying 2 games in a row. So we'll see how Seiko will adjust. We shall see. As we are getting to that second game. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the pink Protoss representing among us 2 people. It is Rebellion. Leading the series 1-0, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Terran player, with the red Terran player himself. It is Seiko. Here we go. So getting to the second game, and we'll see how this series does unfold. Again, Rebellion does have a lead, at least so far, but this time Seiko does not go across the map. This time there is no setup for a proxy. Not this time. But we're calming down, Pat. We're calming down. Also, welcome to all those in the chat as well. I see Slowjoy, I see Psycons as well. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Kindle Cloud Reader as well. Bienvenidos. Likewise, so the Tuna Cup, if you want to support us, you can do so. I mean, this event is funded via Patreon, so we have the Patreon command, we have the Macherino command in the chat as well. All helping to support the tournament. And all leading into the monthly finals as well. True, true. This tournament does lead into the monthly finals of November. So it all leads into a big and greater tournament. But now we're calming down. As we have our CC on the low ground, so again, more of an economic start out of Seiko, going Rax expand into a second Rax. Okay, you have my attention here. With the second Rax on the way, I would assume here that we're going to be going for either a third Rax for a 3 Rax setup, or a third CC into a third Rax. So we could be hyper greedy, or we can go for an early stim timing. There it is, 3 Rax. Okay, so it's going to be 3 Rax stim timing here out of Seiko, going for a hyper aggressive build, and we'll see if Rebellion can get a read on what's going on. This can hit quite hard, but if it gets scouted, Rebellion can take steps to shut this down with a robo response, with a more aggressive and assertive stance, with faster Colossus. There are different ways to approach this. We'll see how Rebellion will. Oh, hello. Wait, what? As we have a couple of SCVs on patrol bottom right. This I've not seen before. Again, we have Stim that's going to be on the way. The Master Marine that's going to be on the way as well. Twilight Council opener at Rebellion. Getting up to 2 gates so far. What is happening? What is the plan here? What's going on? Pappy. What's happening? I mean, we'll find out. As we have the answer, it's going to be a 2 base all-in, 5 racks. Okay. So not a 3x stim timing. We're going to be even more committed, even more dedicated, going for that 2 base all-in with a cheeky proxy across the map. So this variation I've not encountered before, I'll be honest. Obviously, it's going to hit with more Marines. And so far, Rebellion has yet to scout the main base, has yet to confirm what's going on, is playing safe, is going for a Robo on 2 bases, is going for a third Gas Geyser on 2 bases, and is getting a third gateway as well. So this is a safe reaction, a safe build, but will he take the steps? Will he take the steps here to actually engage ahead of time, to slow down the push, to chip away at the Marines, and even scout what's going on, as he is going for a third base. So it's going to be 3-gate blink into a third. We're even getting add-ons? Like, okay. With said add-ons, we can reinforce with Marauders. Oh, that should not have happened. That should not have happened. No, not even a hallucination scout. Rebellion gets in. Rebellion does confirm the mass racks. Does confirm the 3 racks. Okay. And instantly, Rebellion does move out. Again, the goal here should be to force an early stim and to pick away at the Marines early on. So Rebellion is pushing. Seiko does move out, does pull the boys. I'm a little bit confused as to why there's an eBay on the way. Interesting. eBay gets thrown down. Rebellion, he does engage ahead of time. So far, not losing any stalkers. I do see Marines coming in from behind, though. He's coming in from behind. Trying to trap, trying to engage. So far, hasn't lost any stalkers. And looks like 1 stalker will fall. And gets 1. Oof. But yeah, I mean, the reinforcements are trickling in. It's still not barely enough. Nice target firing on the Marauder. Gets 1. Marauder goes down. Second Marauder as well. Oh, barely not. Okay. There's a stim. Yeah, massive stim. He does break in. A solid force field will choke up the army. He has some wasted DPS in the back line. Is some wasted DPS, but this might be enough. It's getting close. The boys are being pulled, and with that, Rebellion, he'll hold. Yeah, he will hold on. He will shut this down. Rebellion will lose some pros, but it's fine. GG gets called, and Rebellion, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Rebellion as it does claim the series. A cheeky build here by Seiko when it comes to the 5 racks 2-base all-in. I'm not too convinced by it. Like with the extra racks, the reinforcements didn't really add too much to the all-in. They didn't really add too much power to it, I should say. Was able to get 1 extra stalker as a result. But in the end, what's important is that Rebellion, was able to scout. Remember, he got into the main base with the adept, with the hallucination, and that allowed him to respond. That allowed him to be proactive and be waiting outside the front door for the move out as well. So that was a crucial moment for Rebellion, and with that, he was able to shut down the all-in. GG. GG, all played. Whew. With that, congratulations to Rebellion. Does advance on into the next round, and let us follow him and figure out what's going on. And do we have any other updates? Let's go. Let us go. As we do have some updates here. So Rebellion does advance on to the quarterfinals. So Faisal against Shameless in a PvP. Likewise, we just got another update. Nickrak takes down Ragnar 2-0 and is up against uThermal in the next round as well. Okay. So quarterfinal matches are going to be underway. So we have Nickrak versus uThermal. We have Shameless versus Rebellion. For the time being, we're going to be following Rebellion into Shameless. That is the current plan. Honestly, the uThermal match looks really spicy, looks really juicy. But I'll be honest, I don't see Rebellion in, sorry, I don't see uThermal in game. I don't see him, so he might be running a little bit late. He might be a little bit unavailable. Obviously he does have time to show up, as his match just became available, so we should be seeing uThermal soon. Should be seeing him soon. But the safe bet is to jump into Shameless versus Rebellion, just because their match should be available. Should be. Too solid, make me look like an make. It's fine, Seiko, it's fine. GG. We appreciated the build, we appreciate it. Unique flair to it. It's all good, baby, it's all good. Again, Rebellion, you know, he's a Korean semi-pro, like no shame in going down to Rebellion, no shame whatsoever. But GG all played. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, again, we'll either have Shameless versus Rebellion, or we will have uThermal versus Nickrak. We'll see you soon with one of the two. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the quarterfinals. Welcome back to the quarterfinals here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup. We just wrapped up with the earlier match with the initial round, but now we're here with round number 2. We're here to determine who will advance on to those semifinals. Let's go. Let's find out. As spawning in the right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Blue Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss himself representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Pink Protoss representing Among Us 2 people. It is Rebellion. Here we go. Whew. As we're getting into our PvP, and we'll see how our players do adjust here. Again, Shameless, he has been on the rise, he's been on the up and up. I would even say that Shameless is favored coming into this matchup here. We'll see how Rebellion can hold his own. As it's PvP, so anything can and will happen. Aggression can be definitely favored here. Rebellion can be a very cheeky player as well. We didn't really see that last series, but Rebellion has his own quirky builds that he does like to whip out from time to time. We'll see what he goes for. For the time being, 2-gate. 2-gate opener by Rebellion, 2-gate opener out of Shameless as well. So 2-gate openers all around. We have our 2-gate openers. And from here, we'll see what initial units we go for, whether we go double Stalker, double Adept, Stalker Sentry, or Sentry Expand. Let's go. Just waiting for the Cybercore. Outside of that, there's no proxy, there's no fake proxy pylon either, so no one's trying to go for any shenanigans, at least early on. And we have the answer. It's going to be Stalker Sentry out of both Shameless and Rebellion, so far mirrored builds. This is kind of like the go-to macro build. It allows you to scout across the map and be more defensive. It allows you to be defensive as you have the Sentry at home, to force field, to set up, likewise with the Stalker as well. It also allows you to scout with the Hallucination to get a read on what exactly your opponent is up to. So again, more of a macro opener from both players. We're calming down, we're settling in. So we are opening up. Do have our do have our expansions on the way. Twilight Council as our take of choice from Rebellion. A little bit of a later Twilight Council out of Shameless. Oh, hello. As Rebellion does have a probe out on the map. With this, we can set up a proxy gateway. Can set up the proxy. So our eyes are on Rebellion. And speaking of, there it is. Pylon has been thrown down, and we're expecting a gateway. This position, it's a little bit too out in the open for something like a hidden tech structure, like a Dark Shrine. Likewise, it's a little bit too late for that as well, so it should just be a gateway, and we can commit into potentially even 4-gate blink. How many gates? 1 or 2? 1 so far. Gets 1, pulls away. Okay, so 1 gateway proxy, 2 at home, so 3-gate blink. Ooh, Shameless does scout, does confirm. It does confirm what's going on, is aware of the proxy. Likewise, Rebellion did also fan out, did scout nearby, is also moving across the map. Rebellion's moving out. The pylon will fall. Rebellion going to try to engage though. Yes, be so careful. Do we set up a backup proxy? The probe is in position. That should be a cancel. Oh, that was a kill. Yeah, that should not have happened. Kill not a cancel. Nice pick off here by Shameless. He does pull away, does race back home. Likewise, Rebellion's also trying to beat him there, but too late. Yeah, too little too late. Shameless has arrived. Shield battery's halfway done. Rebellion's moving in. Gets 1. Gets 1 sentry. Not bad. And behind this expands. Yo, shout out to Shameless. Shameless, he does scout, does confirm the expansion. Shameless is aware. Yeah, Shameless likewise also takes the third base, so both players are expanding. We're calming things down. Rebellion did have a pretty aggressive and assertive stance here, but now did back off, did deviate away. Was able to gain map control and expand. A faster +1 for Rebellion as well. We're getting into the mid game. What does Shameless have going for him? Well, he has a later expansion slightly. He does have a later upgrades as well with the later forge, but he does have the earlier immortal production. The first immortal has arrived. Unfortunately, Shameless, he isn't capitalizing on that too much. He isn't making a second immortal. Otherwise, he could maintain and even just exceed with a massive immortal count into a later timing. Just the one for now, though. Shameless tells about the army. Oh. We'll move up the ramp. Really, this is mainly the distraction. As he distracted up, they make their way into the natural. Oh, shades in. Gets one, gets two. 2, 3 probes going down. Nice pick-offs here by Shameless. Very nice. By Shameless moving in. Does move in, gets 4. Can we get 5? Oh, barely, yes. 5 probes to fall. Nice pickups, and with that, Shameless does take a lead. May have had a later third base, but does take an economic lead. Rebellion building up to charge. Fixated on the gateway composition. Shameless getting a 4th base. I'm a little bit surprised, but Shameless does not have charge himself. Going for almost purely Blink Stalker. So Rebellion's building up a more efficient army. Zealots do a great job tanking. They're also very cheap as well. They can close the distance. They can trade well against Stalkers. At the same time, Mass Stalker is a little bit more mobile, so there's a lot of micro potential here for Shameless. A lot of micro potential. We'll see if we can pull it off. Rebellion's moving in. Knocks down the rocks. His Prism has arrived as well, going for a Dark Shrine behind this. Ooh, cannot push up the concave. Rebellion's gonna calm down. And Rebellion does completely back off, actually. Okay. Does back off. Dark Shrine is halfway done. I believe there is detection, but just one observer here for Shameless. It's just in between his bases. It's in between. Rebellion's trying to go for a split push. Thanks to the greater economy, I mean, Shameless, he still has a massive army to work with. Still does exceed the army supply. There's a lot of pressure on Rebellion. Getting ready for his drop. From here, slipping into the main. Stalkers are ready. And the Warpin is barely gonna finish. Oh, barely not gonna finish. And Warpin is denied. Shameless does defend at the same time. Rebellion does rotate towards the top side. But Shameless is ready. Shameless is ready. Still with a very heavy Stalker army. 47 47. That's a lot of Stalkers. And Shameless, he's maxed. Shameless, he's maxed out. He's moving out across the map. He's at 40 supply. Again, Rebellion, he was down economically, down in workers. He never recovered. He never dealt any counter damage. The pressure was on Rebellion to get something done, whether with harassment or an all-in. Didn't do either. Now we have 44 Stalkers. Jesus. Sorry, 52. 52 Stalkers. Kite smack. Solid kiting so far with his blink, I should say. So blinks back, solid concave. And Shameless will overwhelm. He'll just overwhelm the army. Cleans up all the zealots. Picks away at the Archons. And soon he can just blink forward. Again, he could just blink in. For now, he's playing a little bit safe, a little bit closer to the chest. Observers running in as well, just in case. I will say that reinforcements are delayed for Shameless as he has no War Prism, but GG gets called. He still overwhelms, and Shameless takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Shameless, let's take a lead in the series, and we'll see if Rebellion can bounce back. Winding it back, it was a relatively straightforward game. Both players were relatively passive. Initially, Rebellion tried to be aggressive with the proxy. He got found out, he got shut down, and then it was right after that where he lost a bunch of workers in the natural. He lost his workers, he lost his, he did take an economic deficit, and he never recovered. He never did quite recover there. He was never able to do any counter damage, or delay an expansion, or be greedy and like take a faster 4th base or anything like that. So supply wise, economically, Rebellion did fall behind, and GG, well played. Now we're getting ready for game number 2, and we'll see how our players will adjust as we load into what exactly. Let's go. Oh, gonna be loading into 10,000 feet. Okay. 10,000 feet, one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. I'm ready. Gibbs, papi, Gibbs. Likewise, we do have the rest of the tournament progressing here. It looks like Gunner versus Azura is still mid-series in the first round. But outside of that, the quarterfinals are underway. But I should mention as well that for our tournaments, we do have an extended, or we do have a custom map pool. We have some ladder maps, but we also have some TLMC21 maps as well, also incorporated. Also in the mix. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss himself representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, representing among SC2 people, it is Rebellion. Let's go. So getting into game 2 here, and again we're loading into 10,000 feet, one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool, and we'll see what our players decide to go for here. When it comes to the base layouts, it is a little bit more awkward depending on where you go. We have the center base, which is much more exposed, of course, exposed to the elements, exposed to the center of the map, so you can deny vision, you can deny mining, I should say, in the center. I will say that the initial 3-base setup is relatively secure depending on which 3rd base we decide to take, whether we go for the linear 3rd or the triangular 3rd. We'll see. So last game we did have Stalker Sentry openers. This would be the time to mix things up. Goes on the way. No proxy, no fake proxy, so there's no pylons out in the map. Oh, hello. My mistake. I did like this out of Rebellion. So Rebellion looks like he wants to go for a fake proxy pylon, dead set in the center of the map. There we go. So the pylon has been hidden. Shameless, of course, he's aware that there's a pylon missing. He's aware that something is wrong. And we know that it's a fake out, but alas, Shameless has yet to confirm that. Shameless does check the low ground, and you can see here he is looking for the proxy. Does go for the center, and it's going to be close. I believe the vision should barely be enough here. Yeah, it should be. Oh, there we go. Scouts the pylon, and he confirms nothing's going on. So nice scout here by Shameless. He'd already gone into double Stalker. Meanwhile, double Adept at Rebellion going for a Stargate before expansion, so still going to be going quite aggressively here. Still an aggressive build. Out of Rebellion. Adepts are moving out. 2 Adepts taking 1-shot probes. And we should be seeing the Oracle as well. As the Adepts are zoned away. Nice movement out of Shameless. Can he just attack this from the other side? Can he? No. Oh no, he can! Never mind, he can attack from the other side, so the pylon's going to be shut down, and Shameless is very safe in doing so. So nice cleanup. Only two Stalkers can attack. So shuts it down. Rebellion gets supply blocked. Oh, that's brutal. Gets supply blocked until the Nexus finishes. At the same time, Adepts do dive into the main, but one Adept does fall instantly. Gets 1 probe so far. Gets 2. 3. 3 probes to 2 Adepts. It's okay, not ideal. The Oracle does make up for it. It's 5, 6, 7. Oh my god! Yeah, late reaction out of Shameless. 8 probes go down. Very nice. Rebellion, he's still in this. He's still in this. 8 probe kills. From here he pulls away. Nicely done by Rebellion. As the players are building up. From here we have Blink on the way, I should mention, from Shameless. Because of the initial Stargate opener, it means that Rebellion's Blink is late, just because of the Stargate and Oracle. So there's going to be a window in time where Shameless can strike with Blink before his opponent can really have that micro potential as well. Shameless knows this. He's moving out. There's a shield battery, there's a sentry, force fields. Rebellion should be okay. Shameless does take the faster third. Rebellion is mining through those patches. And does 2-shot. Gets 1 Stalker. Ooh, sentry does not go down. Whew, just barely survives. Rebellion does hold. Nice rotation by Shameless. He checks. Did he notice the mineral patches? He should have. I could have been harassing here as well. Shameless pulls away. And now he sees the expansion. I was like, I could have. Could have been active. Now, thanks to the faster third base setup here, Shameless, he is actually getting a slightly higher worker count. So again, he will be able to fully saturate his third base that much faster. +1 on the way. Rebellion's moving out. We have an equivalent Stalker count, so we're even on Stalkers. Comes down to the unit control. While Rebellion distracts, Oracle moves in. Oracle's affected. So far, Shameless is holding. Am I crazy? Is 10,000 feet brighter today? Like, I mean, it feels a little bit brighter. I could be crazy. Wait a minute. No, yeah. Did I lose my mind? This map is different. Earlier, I didn't notice that it was a brighter shade. I noticed in the first series than normal. It is a brighter shade than Stasis goes off in the main base. But if you notice, there's no Monster Energy billboards. The monster. There's meant to be one here, I think, and one up here. Okay. I think it was updated. Yeah, it's been updated. It's a brighter. It is a lot brighter than it once was. Another change. Fun fact: the creator of this map was actually in the chat this morning. I don't know if the changes went through, but he was asking our opinion on whether or not he should change things so that tanks cannot hit the Nexus from the other side. I don't know if he went through with it, but he may have gone through with it. Basically, it's still close enough for tanks to hit the mineral line, but he was contemplating whether he should move it so that tanks can't hit the base, specifically. Where they can still deny mining, but they can't get the expansion. So I know that he was thinking about that change as well. But, yeah. No more Monster Energy. Again, it's brighter. I believe to make it so tanks can't hit, yeah, just I think this area was made a little bit wider here. Added extra buildings or extra doodads. We need to double check though to see if tanks can hit this. But if it was updated, I think it was updated today. Like, okay. Maybe there were other changes as well. Oh, right. I know that he was thinking about changing the mineral patches. I think there's still 5. This goes off. So now we are just mass expanding, just getting our 4th bases, but a bit of a passive setup here. Shameless getting a 5th expansion. Should be the first to max out, and we have double robo, double disruptor production out of Rebellion. Okay, so when it comes to compositions and when it comes to typically the direction of PvP, stalkers are great and all, but usually you do switch things up into a more zealot heavy composition to Charger, Archon, Immortal, Stalker. But here both players are kind of skipping that. We saw a little bit of this last game as well. Looks like Rebellion has taken note of this and he's going straight into Mass Disruptor. Disruptor, Stalker, like that is kind of the go-to once you get into a longer mid to late game. He's getting into those disruptors. He's got 3 so far. I'll say Rebellion has the superior army, or at least has potential to be. Still comes down to the unit control. And here he goes. Does rotate. Rotates over. Does hit the base. We're going for the base trade. Let's go. We completely miss each other. And again, the army supplies are similar. Oh no! Ooh, massive connection. That was crazy. Yeah, massive connection here. Stalker's going to be going down. The Disruptor's already paying for themselves. And Shameless, he's in trouble. Natural goes down. Rebellion pushing into the main. Shameless, he's a little bit late to the party, a little bit late into the main. Upgrades being denied. There we go, blinks in. Depowers everything. Depowers the production. Rebellion is supply blocked, which means Shameless is still warping in. He still has a couple of warp ins. Warping in while he can. +3 is denied. No +3. Shameless, he still has the better upgrades. There we go, got a wall of cannons. Wall of cannons. Shameless now also supply blocked. Ooh, but he has a couple of DTs. Denies the cannons. Okay. Cannons are denied. Main bases are falling. Rebellion still has one active base. He does pull boys to the right-hand side. Meanwhile, Shameless needs to do the same. He has to save some of the boys. Shameless, he has money for an expansion. There we go. The probes, they do evacuate. The final Nexus under fire here for Shameless. Shameless going to try to engage. There's Rush Nova. That's what, there's 4 Novas in total. A second Nova goes off. There's a third Nova. Now there's one left. There's a Nova. Ooh, it does make away. Base goes down. Nexus gets found. Oh. Just see Shameless also taking another base. Also re-expanding. Again, still left some buildings alive across the map that can come into play. Both players have detection. Gets one Stalker. Blinks forward. Jesus. Rebellion blinks in. Bold move by Rebellion. Bold move. Again, in a head-on fight, Rebellion still has a better army thanks to disruptors. It's gonna be 2 Novas. There's 2 left. Nice punish. Oh, it doesn't quite connect towards the end. 1 Nova left. And Blink is available in time. Rebellion taking some rough fights here, pushing into a concave. Some rough pickups. Nice kiting here from Shameless. Catching out more Stalkers. Roll 34-29. Blinks in. He gets 1, 2, 3. Oh my god. 3 disruptors go down. Massive overextension here for Rebellion. Yeah, the army movement has not been on point. We blink in, dive on top of the disruptor, and Shameless, he does a GG, gets called Shameless. Able to out-micro, able to out-control, and Shameless does take the series 2-0. GG. Hi. GG, well played, very impressive. Again, Rebellion, he had the better army, but we saw Shameless was able to out-control. I'm not referring specifically to the Novas. The Novas, of course, they were mainly zoning, but we saw a couple of questionable blinks from Rebellion, blinking forward, trying to chase Shameless and being punished for it, and likewise overstepping, overextending, and also pushing into concave, so he was bleeding out 1, 2, 3 Stalkers at a time. Just throughout the course of those last couple of moments, Rebellion was bleeding out a lot of units, a lot of Stalkers, until eventually we saw him pounced upon, until eventually his disruptors were exposed as well. GG. GG, well played. So very nice control there by Shameless. That does claim the series. And with that, let's catch up. Let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out what's going on. Where are we? Let's go. Let us go. Oh my god, we have the updates. We have our updates here. We have Shameless. Shameless does take the series 2-0. Shameless going to be waiting for NightMare or Ledlix in the next round, waiting for another Protoss opponent. Meanwhile, uThermal. Oh my, hi, Bappy. uThermal will take the series 2-0, taking down Nicaract. Very, very impressive. I would imagine that uThermal is playing random there and is waiting for the winner of ByuN and Gunner in the semifinals as well. Oh boy. So for the time being, we are waiting for our next series. For the time being, we're waiting for one of the matches to open up. We'll be jumping into our semifinals next. Which one? Whichever is available next. uThermal played okay. I like that. uThermal, his best matchup is TVT. It was Terran, of course, and TVT as well. So that is his strongest matchup to take down Nickrat. That is very impressive. In a straight up TVT. uThermal. Oh my god. Impressive. Now, when it comes to our next match, we might jump in mid-series. We'll see. As we are waiting for some results to come in. NightMare and Lelix, they just got out of game. Likewise, ByuN and Gunner are still mid-series as well. And that should be a shorter one. Like Gunner, he's known for cannon rushing. It's a lot of cannon rushes. Oh, we have the update. There we go. There's the update. There is the update. So we have confirmation up next. We're going to be going on a short break. Going to be having a short break here. When we return, we will have a PvP between Shameless and NightMare. But now we're going to be going on that short break. So we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon, Pappy, after the break. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals or semi-finales here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 111. Again, it's been a bit of a shorter, bit of a faster broadcast so far, but despite that, some amazing games, some fun matches here. We are ready for some more PvP action. Let's go, baby, let's go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Protoss. We have the the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss we have representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our PvP. Let's go. And again, we're able to experience Pylon for one of the last times here. We did mention this earlier this morning, if you weren't here for it. The new map pool. The new map pool is on the horizon. The Team Liquid map contest results are going to be coming in this week, over the next couple of days, maybe even later on tonight. There's a reason why we were talking earlier about how there were some changes made to 10,000 feet that we did notice, and those changes are because we're about to, the maps are about to be finalized. They're about to be finalized to be a part of the new map pool. We don't yet have confirmation as to which maps will be there, but we have heard that we're getting a full set of 9 maps, a full set of 9, not like a mixture of like 7 and 2 or like another kind of variation. Looks like we're getting a full set of 9 fresh maps from the TLMC map contest. I did mention this previously. My concern is kind of how the map pool is constructed, specifically referring to referring to there being too many large maps, whether there's too many large and not enough smaller and not enough more aggressive maps. So I'm a little bit concerned about the balance of that aspect of things, just because there were so many large maps submitted to the TLMC 21 map contest. But we'll see. We'll see. I'll reserve my concerns until we finally do get the map pool confirmed. And again, that'll be in a couple of days' time. Oh boy. So we get to experience maps like Pylon while we can. Again, this is one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool so far. Pylon block here. Shameless did open up 2-gate, 2-gate opener out of Shameless. Sorry, 2-gate opener out of NightMare. Likewise, 2-gate opener out of Shameless as well. One initial opener, though, it is going to be a Sentry Stalker from our blue Protoss and a Stalker Adept out of our red Protoss. Here we go. Also, the fact that 10,000 feet got updated, I'm pretty sure confirms that 10,000 feet is going to be a part of the map pool. But we already kind of knew that. Like, 10,000 feet got a lot of really high ratings, of course, when it came to the judging process, and I felt like it should be a sure thing in. There are certain maps like 10,000 feet, like Mothership, and even Celestial Enclave that we assume are going to do well. The others, we'll see. I don't know what the public was thinking. I don't know what maps people were looking at, especially. I'm still a little bit concerned about White Rabbit making it through. I'm still a little bit concerned, just because it's got that nostalgic aesthetic, advantage. But we'll see. Meanwhile, we do fully wall up. Nice setup here. Yeah, very nicely done. Adept does go down. Shameless does defend. Both players going for their Twilight Councils. Both players are going to be setting up and getting ready for their tech of choice for Blink. So we're taking up. There's no Stargate. There's no Oracle Harass. No shenanigans like that. Oh, hello. Speaking of shenanigans, though, Proxy Pylon, Proxy Gateway. Shameless, he doesn't stick around, so it looks like he's not going for the Proxy Dark Shrine at least, but he is being cheeky nonetheless with an extra gateway to harass, to reinforce across the map. Shameless. Outside of that, we are going to be settling in. Ooh, so okay, so 3 gates. So 3 gates back at home, 1 gateway across the map, 4-gate Blink. 4-gate Blink Stalker, Hyper Aggression out of Shameless, and we'll see if NightMare plays it safe. Now, NightMare is going for a Robo before expanding. True, so he's playing safe. This does mean early observers, earlier Immortal production as well. Is still expanding though, so there's a bit of a give and take here. He's going to have less gateways, less warp-ins, less army units. The Robo does mean that he can warp in Immortals to defend, but he doesn't know he has to defend. Is the problem right now. He sees! Wow, he sees, he saw, he gets eyes on the gateway. He didn't confirm the 4th gateway at least, but he's aware that he's in danger, and we should be starting those Immortals soon. Third base on the way. Shameless, he is moving out. Here come the warpins. That's it, third base gets spotted. Shameless is aware of the third. And we're just taking up. Yeah, we're taking up. I'm curious if Shameless knows he got scouted. That's what I'm curious by. Just because we have the Forge on the way, third base on the way. It looks like Shameless, he is building up into a macro game. So he's going to be skipping warp-ins and not being anywhere near as aggressive. Still moving out. And we'll see if we can cause a distraction for the Adepts. Speaking of distraction, NightMare gets across the map. Adepts are getting caught, but they're again distracting Shameless, keeping him busy. Shameless, he gets one. Gets one. Shameless will push here on the right hand side. Proxy is being shut down. Adepts are shading in. And NightMare's got his first Immortal. Again, with the help of the Immortal, he should be able to defend. And Moore's lacking a little bit behind. As Force Fields, Adepts do shade into the middle line, but once again, NightMare, he's in position. He's ready. NightMare, he defends a natural, he defends his third. Chasing the Stalkers. Leaving out only 3 probes. Oh, has to be careful. It does overextend for a moment. Nice chase, though. Does punish more Stalkers. Shameless is taking his fourth, so we're calming things down. Both players are taking up. We have Charge on the way. We have +1 on the way. Shameless is slightly ahead in terms of those upgrades. But NightMare has been having better trades, and likewise still has his Immortals. Still has that Immortal lead. But for now, we're pulling away. We're expanding. We're calming things down. We'll see who's going to be aggressive first. You can see Shameless is posturing. He's got his Prism on the way, +2 as well. NightMare still waiting for his upgrades. Once Charge finishes, then he can move out. Then he can be active. As he's refining his army even further, working towards Archons as well. So he's making the full switch into Charge of Archon. So Shameless. Shameless a little bit late with his Templar Archives. That's a bit of a concern. So Shameless, he does not have access to Archons. Speaking of, here they come for NightMare. Templar Archives just now on the way for Shameless. So again, late Archives, late Archons. The role of Archons in PvP is to be the splash damage against Charge Lots. Charge Lots are a big part of mid-game PvP. As you can see here, that's a lot of Zealots, a lot of Charge Lots. The answer to that is Archons. As they can tank, and they can dish out a lot of splash damage. And again, that's something that Shameless's army is lacking. So he has to be so careful with how he engages. If he just A moves in, like, he will lose so many of these Zealots. He has to respect the Archons, as we have 4 Archons now for NightMare. So again, I would say the quality of NightMare's army is better. But Shameless, he has a bit of a more mobile composition, and he can try to outmaneuver, outposition. I think he has 1 Archon himself. Yeah, he's got 1. let's go. Does hit the third. Army is moving in. So far, the Archons do lead the charge. They're going to be focused down. Oh. Yeah, Zealots are choked up. There's so many Zealots just not doing anything. And they collapse on the Archons. With that, we have more reinforcements on the way. Shameless going to be trying to push in. Shield Baby's out of energy. And in the end, are there barely enough Zealots? NightMare's holding. Yeah, NightMare, he's holding on. The Prism is going to get sniped, but the Immortals can just go ham here on these Stalkers. And the Archons survived. Look, we still have 4. There's still 4 Archons up and running. NightMare shuts down the army. He's going for the counterattack. Yes, he will lose 15 probes. A lot of workers did go down, but that doesn't matter because the army is heavily in favor of NightMare. As we mentioned, did have the better army. Unfortunately, we spoke earlier how Shameless has to be careful with his army positioning, and we saw just so much wasted DPS there. There were so many Zealots just choked up in the mineral line that weren't attacking. They were just bugging out here in the mineral line instead. And wasting damage. Now building up to 6 Archons. And NightMare, he should soon counterattack. Now he's just waiting for extra warp ins. Now moving out. And again, Shameless is still stuck with a very cheap army. Oof. And again, this army is so prone to clumping up against the Archons. As the base is going to go down. NightMare kites back. Shuts down the Zealots. Going for another warp in, but again, NightMare, he's just mowing his way through this army. GG gets called, and NightMare, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played, and NightMare, he'll take a lead in this series. Again, Shameless, he was holding his own for the most part when it came to the bases, but when it came to the tech, when it came to the quality of that army, that's where he did lag behind. Again, he was so heavily reliant on mass Zealots, and that can work really well if your opponent is late to tech up, but we saw that NightMare, he was much faster to get into his Temple Archives, much faster to get into his Archons. He had 4 Archons ready for the fight, and I think he may have lost 1, if not none, if not 0 Archons in that main fight, in that main engagement at his 3rd base. As the fight did swing heavily in favor of NightMare. GG. GG, well played. It's also possible that maybe Shameless, the reason why he went into so many Zealots was that maybe he assumed that NightMare was going to go for an earlier push, an earlier move out. So he was getting ready to maybe like collapse and engulf the army of NightMare. Unfortunately, NightMare, he was just chilling, right? He was just chilling back at home. He was just happy to just slowly tech up, slowly build up, and refine his composition. And it meant that the mass Zealot army of Shameless, it got outscaled. To get outscaled. And here we go, spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is NightMare. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss for Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. The low gas style never seems to work in PvP, especially if you're as passive as Shameless was most of the game. I think it's very important that you added that like caveat at the very end, is that it doesn't seem to work if you're passive. I think a good example of someone that does love going for that style that does make use of it really well is Christiana. If you watch Christiana in PvP, he's very fond of staying on a low gas style, going into mass Zealot, and being very, very precise and very crisp when it comes to his timing to hit the 3rd base before the opponent is really ready with their tech. But you're correct in saying that like you're on a bit of a timer, right? You're on a timer, like you gotta have that killer instinct to hit soon before your army just loses that value, right? But Cristiano, he's very fond and very strong at that style. The other top Protosses, the other Korean Protosses, they like to mix it in, but they don't rely on it. So referring to players like Hero, players like Classic, even players like NightMare as well, they do embrace it every now and then. Here we go. But as I mentioned, it felt like maybe Shameless just assumed that NightMare was going to push into him, as you mentioned. Like it felt like he was like assuming that that NightMare was going to be more aggressive than he was. So now, 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Shameless. Likewise, 2-gate opener out of NightMare. Opening up Stalker Adept and Stalker Sentry. Okay, so Shameless going for a bit of a more macro opener. A little bit safer play, I should say. NightMare is going to be slightly more aggressive. Here we go. So now NightMare is taking his natural. So Shameless. We're assuming that we're going to head into standard tech structures into our Twilight Councils, but we'll see if either one does deviate. We'll see. As UDEP does threaten the shade. So far, it does not get in. Pulling back, likewise, both players going for their Twilight Councils, getting into Blink. Building up. So far, Blink's on the way for NightMare. We should be seeing the same from Shameless. There we go. It's likewise on the way. And welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps of the map pool. Larger map, a longer rush distance by ground, a much more defensive as well. I don't really know how much that really impacts PvP though. I mean, it's larger, so we do expect to see longer games on this map, typically. Because it's so large, honestly, it's a very common map to proxy. We've seen a lot of proxies, especially here at the hybrid base locations, outside of the main bases as well, especially amongst the Korean Protosses, specifically players like Zaun, players like Classic. But so far, the PvPs tonight have been a lot more tame. A lot more tame. Not just this one, but even Rebellion series earlier. Now our players are working towards their third bases, and we're settling in towards the mid game. So we're calming down, building up. We'll see how Shameless does adjust his approach. I should also mention that against Rebellion, he also went for a very Stalker-heavy composition as well. I'm not saying that he has to kind of pin himself or pen himself in a corner, that he can only play, you know, Gasless Mass Zealot or anything like that. He is willing to vary it up. NightMare does initially move out. NightMare with a slight army supply lead. Just poking in. Once again, Shameless does have the faster upgrade. A +1 has already begun. That's a sentry. Oh, not quite. There we go. Sentry goes down. Nice. Force fields catching a Stalker as well. So Sentry, Stalker, and a Pylon. Overall better trades for NightMare. Wow, once again, out positioning Shameless. Shameless getting stuck here. Yeah, what, 3-4 Stalkers not doing anything. Pushing into the Protoss, pushing into NightMare, snipes the Robo as well. Ay, ay, ay. Boys are being fooled. And again, NightMare, who was only up by, what, was it 1 Stalker and 1 Sentry, does recall. I can't remember what the recall's brutal. Yeah, brutal recall bleeds out a lot of Stalkers. And look at the trades here. That was 8 Stalkers going down. So NightMare heals 8 Stalkers. Was able to kill 6 probes, 2 sentries. Right now, NightMare, he's vulnerable to a counterattack. Was this worth it? Well, he did snipe the Robo. True. Snipe the Robo, denies any mortar production, and he's getting his own. And the aggression does not end. Yeah, they say shade into the natural, more probes are going down. And it isn't just about the economic damage, this is also keeping Shameless busy, while NightMare reinforces. Again, NightMare, he does have a smaller army. Right now, he is vulnerable to a head-on fight, but he's buying time for more warpins, and more importantly, buying time for the Immortals. The Immortals that Shameless does not have. So that was a risky maneuver out of NightMare. that was very risky, but again, his control was on point. Very nice control, very nice engagements, did out position, and in the end, it looks like it was worth it. As Shameless is unable to punish. And there's going to be a bigger power spike available here for NightMare, assuming that he continues Immortals. We'll see. Shameless taking his 4th base. NightMare has yet to do so. Going for the Warp Prism. Typically, the Warp Prism indicates that NightMare is going to be pushing. Let's go. NightMare checking with the 4th. Stalkers move out. Armor gets spotted. And here comes the Prism. Here comes the move out. So again, NightMare's being so much more aggressive here, choosing not to expand, warping in extra zealots. As more zealots are warping in, upgrades are about to even up with +1. When it comes to the armies in favor of NightMare, gets on top of the Nexus, shows those force fields. Zealots here to engage. Ooh, Prism goes down. No micro. Yeah, no micro potential. The Archon's going to be targeted down as well. Archon does fall. And NightMare is breaking through. Yeah, NightMare, he is barely breaking through here. We need those reinforcements. Getting on top of those zealots. Boys are being pulled. It's getting close. Yeah, it's getting so close here. Zealots are reinforced just in time. The mineral line is going to go down. Nice kiting here with the Zealots. The Immortal does back off in time. Just barely. But Shameless is holding on. Takes out the Immortal. Whew. Yeah, Shameless holds. The Immortal gets sniped to the Prism as well. NightMare will lose everything, and Shameless, he will save the expansion. The 4th base is saved. It did lose a bunch of workers, that is true, but hey, he can rebuild. He can rebuild, he can replenish. Important fight there for Shameless. Likewise, +2 also kicked in time. And NightMare, that's a rough 4th base. Rough timing for the 4th. NightMare, he admits that he can no longer kill Shameless. He's like, yeah, GG. GG gets called. Shameless ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Let's go. Whew. GG, well played. We're going to the ace match here. Again, Shameless +2 was able to kick in. Likewise, defend his advantage. He could pull the boys. Yes, Shameless lost a lot of workers, but he could afford it. He could afford to lose his workers. It didn't matter as much to lose his mineral line. With that, Shameless was able to hold on. And GG. We're going to game 3. And we'll see how the story ends. Let's go. As we, oh my god, what were the vetoes, Pappy? As we are loading into Torches, this is typically one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool, one of the lesser seen maps as well. Aggression is favored here and does have some unique features. We have, of course, the healing pad, we have the goal bases, we have the short rush distance by air. Because that short rush distance, something like Stargate play can be favored here on this map as well. We have multiple goal bases, you can open up the center of the map. We'll see how our players will approach this. Oh boy. I'm ready. Spawning in the top right hand corner. In the top right hand corner here of Torches, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone and being forced into the ace match. It is NightMare. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss, the blue Protoss player himself representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. Let us go. See in the chat. Ah, no. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? TRZY is saying, watching these streams makes me want to reinstall StarCraft 2. No. Again, is that a good thing or a bad thing, Pappy? I mean, StarCraft 2 is fun. It's fun. It's competitive. As long as you engage with it in a healthy way, of course. Like, the smooge can be real. definitely can be, yeah, for sure. Ah, no. But you can always get back into it, man. True, true. Get back into the ring. Hello. As a Shameless going to be moving out across the map with, I believe, proxy pylon. Yep, the probe does hide here off the left-hand side. Does go for a 2-gate opener. Meanwhile, we have the low ground setup here from NightMare, going gate, cyber into either expansion or into his tech of choice, into a Stargate. Meanwhile, my eyes are on this pylon. It's a little bit further back. So initially he was set up here in the center. This would have been a prime location for a proxy robo. By throwing it down a little bit further away, we'll see if it's still going to be the robo or something else. Technically, it could just be, yeah, proxy Stargates. It's a bit of an awkward position for it. Typically, you want it closer to the bases, so this is further away. But this also means that there's less of a chance to get scattered. So proxy Stargate, another one base all in. This is to harass, deal economic damage, and to build up in towards the mid game. Meanwhile, NightMare, he's scouting, checking the left-hand side, checks the center goal base. As I mentioned, this is a lot more common. And it looks like he, will he scout? Barely not. Yeah, barely doesn't scout. Ay. Pylon is going to be kept hidden. NightMare's playing it safe. Shield battery. Did go for the Nexus, and he gets faked out here. It's going for a Robo after the Nexus. Very safe build that will not help as much against the Stargate. So again, NightMare going for a Robo response. This is meant to hard counter. I say hard counter. It's meant to be shutting down an all-in, a one-base all-in. As we can see, Shameless doesn't really intend to go for an all-in. So this will favor Shameless. Oracle's going to be on the way, and Shameless should expand. And there's the Nexus. Oracle's moving in. Nexus on the way. It's fun when you win. It can be fun when you lose as well. As the Oracle dips in. Gets 3 pro kills, not bad. Adepts, they do push towards a natural. But so far there's a full wall. There's a full wall off. Bearing in mind that NightMare, he does have the faster natural base, so he should be able to build up into a greater economy. He should, but he just lost 4 probes. Likewise, Adepts are going for the shield battery. Oh, battery does survive. Oracles, they go back in, they get another probe. And NightMare is struggling. As we're still not done, getting another 3 worker kills. Shameless popping off. And even though Shameless had the later expansion, Shameless, he is up in workers. He's up by 6. Up by 6 probes. Blink is on the way. Remember, it was a robo opener, so tech-wise, NightMare is behind. Sure, he has early immortals, but the early immortals don't really matter here unless he turns this into an all-in. Meanwhile, the Oracles are still alive. They're still active. Here we are again, once again rotating into set main. So far, NightMare, he's in position. Right now, we keep an eye on the gateway counts here to see how hard, or if NightMare does commit on 2 bases, or if he expands. Shameless so far in a better position. With Blink, Shameless, he can be more active, and he can just contain, right? It'll be so difficult for NightMare to expand. Shameless is not being active. Blink is done in 10 seconds. Let's go. Blink is ready. Went behind. Dark Shrine. Okay. We're going for DTs. Stalkers, they blink over the wall. Dark Shrine is on the way. Meanwhile, Shameless going for his faster third. Now, technically, there is no detection. As you can see here, Shameless is cutting corners. He's going for a third base before Robo. True. Bear that in mind. So Shameless is cutting corners. Currently, there is 0 detection. I mean, I guess I say 0. The Oracles, true. Like, they do allow for that. Assuming that it gets sniped. Assuming. Jeez. Calm down, Pappy, calm down. Gets Revelation, does not get behind the mineral line. Be careful, Pappy, be careful. Shameless, he's rotating back in. We'll see if NightMare can snipe. Dark Shrine is finishing up. And we can soon warp in those ZTs. Shameless throwing down stasis traps. Prism into the main. Prism gets in. Warp winds are not seen. DTs, they one-shot workers. And he gets in. Yeah, he gets in. Probes are going to be going down at the same time. Stalkers are getting across the map. They deny the third. And the Oracles, they have plenty. Yeah, they have NG. They have plenty of NG here. We get the Master Revelation. And DTs are clean. Not without killing 7 probes, though. Not bad. 7 probes go down. And NightMare is going to be expanding here on the right-hand side. The Stalkers were in position, but Shameless, he ran back home because of the Dark Templar. Their base is getting up. Shameless is still ahead. 7 probes did fall, that is true, but despite that, Shameless is still up in workers. He still has that third base over his opponent. Shameless is still in a better position, at least economically. Now, NightMare, what does he have going for him? Because it was a Robo opener, the Immortal count, right? He has 4 Immortals. In a head-on fight against a heavy Stalker army, NightMare will have the advantage. I will say this is a little bit on Shameless, as it was on him to delay the third a little bit longer, and he could have. So one Oracle goes down. When NightMare, he's slowly getting his third base. Oh. NightMare is moving out. He's getting up the ramp. Shameless out of position completely. Uh oh. Not like this. Shameless is out of position. The Immortals, they get on top of the ramp. Sentries are ready. Force fields as well. Shameless, where are we going? Oh no. He's going for the late base trade. Not like this, Bobby. Not like this. The Natural's going to go down, and NightMare pushes up the ramp in towards the main, and Shameless, he's so late to the base trade. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this, Bobby. He was in a good position. Third base goes down. The main is falling here for Shameless. Ay, ay, ay. And he's getting there. Pushing into the Natural. And it does push in. Flicks forward, depower some of the gates. Gets into the mineral line. Charge is going to be denied. Now at least Shameless does have more bases. He has more expansions. Likewise, NightMare does he evacuate. Probes are being hunted down. Oof. He has them. the probes are in the prism. They're in the war prism. He's got them. Yeah, he does have his workers. NightMare, he can't afford Nexi. He can't afford them. Oh, there are some stasis traps. Okay, can he bait him in? Here we get one. One stasis does land. The others get spotted. There's still one more, and again is spotted by the Observer. Shameless is racing back home. When it comes to the main fight, we have an almost equivalent Stalker count. But again, there's 4 Immortals here for NightMare. In a head-on fight, I have to favor the Red Protoss. I have to favor NightMare. The boys are being pulled. Stalkers, they do snipe the Prism. Prism goes down, but we have 4 Immortals. Yeah, the Immortals, they just go to town. Oh my god. They shut down the Stalkers. Greater Concave as well. GG gets called, and NightMare, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. NightMare, he will claim the series. Again, Shameless, he had a very nice start. He was up when it came to his third base timing, when it came to his economy, when it came to his map control. But there were a couple of key moments here for NightMare, like the DT harass, not just harassing, but also forcing Shameless back home, allowing NightMare to take his third base. And of course, the main push right down the center of the map. The Immortal lead did, of course, come into play as NightMare took control of the ramp, and Shameless went for a delayed base trade, was stuck at his third base, again, was out of position. GG. GG, well played. And with that, congratulations, NightMare, he does advance on, and Shameless is knocked out in the semis. And now we're getting ready for the upper semifinals. Let's go. Let us go. Getting ready for the upper semis. It's going to be a best of 3 between ByuN and uThermal. Okay, let's go. uThermal and ByuN are going to be facing off. Now the question is uThermal going to play random or play Terran? From my understanding, I believe uThermal did play Terran against Nicaract, and I would say that uThermal's best matchup is TVT. Like, we've seen that time and time again. uThermal does have some killer TVT. Is he willing to play Terran against ByuN or spice things up? Let's go. Let's go. Right, let's go. As I believe the players are getting ready, we're setting up. Here we go. I'm predicting this game ends with NightMare walking into a stasis trap. I mean, it happened, I guess. Kind of. A couple of units walked into a stasis trap. Like, it was like 2 stalkers in the sentry. Yeah, kind of. And now we're gonna see meme builds from uThermal. We'll see, we'll see. I mean, he can like lock in. He can like lock in against in TVT. Can lock in. Let's go. Oh, we're getting ready. Hold on. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're going in. And I have confirmation it's going to be a TVT. Yo, there's some banter between uThermal and ByuN. uThermal, he's like, hey, how about giving me the new player the server advantage, papi? And ByuN's like, you always beat me there. Feels like, I'm noob, papi, I'm noob. The banter. But here we go. We're getting into our semifinals. We're getting into our TVT. No random, by the way. This morning in the bottom right-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Teal Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Terran player from the land of the Netherlands going for the proxy 2-racks. It is uThermal, aka Cheese Maniac. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Let's go, papi. Let's go. And here we go as the Raxes are being thrown down. And we'll see if ByuN does go for an economic start. If he does go for a Rax expand, that'll be ideal here for uThermal. Can pop off. Bunny's looking plush today. Yes, I did. It's Bunny Cam soon TM, baby. Soon TM. Yeah. As the Raxes are amassing. And it is economic. Okay, so racks expand. What does this mean? This means that ByuN's factory is late. It's going to be a delayed factory out of ByuN, which means delayed helium production, more importantly. Hold on. Wait. I assumed it was 2x Reaper. My apologies. What's going on? We're going marine? We're recording this for YouTube. Este uThermal, baby. Hold on. uThermal. We'll make this more clear. Bam. Okay. As we have a couple of boys, likewise bunkers being set up on the high ground. ByuN, he did go for the SCV scout to confirm that nothing was back at home. Ooh, and one SCV goes down. Getting himself with the Reaper, and nice stepping here out of uThermal. But the bunker is done. Marines, they do barely make it through. Delays the factory. The Marines are so low, and there's still a full wall. Yeah, there's still the full wall off. Gets 5 SCVs. Oof. But we're running out of firepower here. Yeah, we're running out of Marines. Again, it was an interesting build here out of uThermal. Gets surrounded as well. With that, ByuN, he defends the main. He's getting a CC. Sorry, he's getting factory on the high ground. And ByuN, I mean, he does have a slight worker deficit. True. I don't see the mass Marine breaking the ramp. Is the issue here. And we expand. Okay. Okay. Here we are expanding. CC's on the way. Ooh, getting into the mineral line. Getting one SCV. Oh my god. It's one SCV and it's going to be cleaned up. So again, we do have a bit of a back and forth trade here. Again, we do see uThermal with a slight worker advantage. Bearing in mind as well that ByuN, his own CC was also delayed as well. So we have a really quirky game state. Very quirky game state here. Going back. And ByuN going for the safety cyclones. Macfield is cancelled though. Okay. Curious to see if uThermal's going to commit as he's getting into his own Macfield accelerators, his own cyclones. ByuN will shut down the scouting Raxes. But again, uThermal will take the faster expansion. True. Like after the dust settles here, uThermal does have the better economy. Slightly. As ByuN says yet to land. Not just that, we do have an equivalent cyclone counts. Banshee opener out of uThermal. Meanwhile, we have ByuN going Raven. Oh, Hellion gets in. Okay. Hellion gets in, gets a couple of SCVs, not bad. And uThermal is going into Hyperflight Rotors. There's a higher chance we're going to see a second factory with this. Going into Hyperflight Rotors. Show us that mech. ByuN going for a very fast third CC, so ByuN is being greedy. And we'll see if uThermal can punish. He has a chance, he has the opportunity. As he's amassing more cyclones. Defensively here, ByuN, he will have 2 tanks. Again, he's slowly building up that tank counts. Raven is gathering energy as well. So he's actually poised to go in for harass. Let's go. Oh. uThermal does snipe the Raven. The Raven, I mean, barely out of range. Gets 1 SCV. 2. Oh, that should not have happened. three SCV kills. So get some value here. Overall, a better trade for uThermal as it did snipe the Raven, but at least does pay for itself in some way. Does get some counter damage. And here we go, uThermal getting his third CC on location. Yep, there's the rest of the factories. As we mentioned, it is mech. So uThermal is meching it up. And can he break this tank line? I don't think he can. 2 tanks on the low ground. Ay, ay, ay. uThermal, he's poised outside, waiting to catch any stray units. But it cannot break the siege line. Scans the main. Confirms the third base. He's aware of the third. He's aware of the later Raxes. Stim is on the way. ByuN getting to ByuTank. So ByuTank versus mech. ByuN confirms the mech as well. Oh, Banshee, they do slip in. Limited anti-air. Getting 4 SCVs. Very nice. And the Banshees do get away. Banshees, they've rotated into the main. Once again, limited units to defend. Takes off a couple of Marines. That's 3 Marines going down, a couple of SCVs as well. Oh no! Oh, he does stick around, and the Banshees, one of them does fall. He's gonna try to get out of here. Vikings intercept, will lose every single Banshee. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal losses. Sure, he got 4 SCVs. He got 3 SCVs, or I want to say another 4 earlier. But that was expensive losses here for uThermal. Those were expensive. Losing 4 Banshees in total. This also does weaken the main army. Ideally, you have the Banshees to maybe threaten the tanks. Speaking of tanks are rallying, a second starport is on the way, going into more Banshees, into eventually Vikings for that air control. uThermal's repositioning. Does pull away, does rotate. ByuN is pushing to the center, he gets spotted. uThermal knows. Couple of lock-ons, dragging the army within tank range. But here come the disables. Yeah, disables both. Both tanks are disabled. There's 2 tanks left over, they barely do siege up. Yeah, they barely siege up. And with that uThermal, he won't take the fight. Yeah, too many tanks, nice control, nice juggling. ByuN does reset the tank count. And ByuN takes a lead. ByuN, he has a tank lead. Now working on his 4th CC. Again, unfortunately, uThermal, his army was a little bit fragmented. Some of his own tanks were a little bit far behind. So a chaotic fight there for uThermal. uThermal does go for a heavy run by. Unfortunately, a couple of seconds too late. Oh, sorry, too early, I should say. A couple of seconds too early as the SCVs, they do pull away. Hellions, they rotate. Heading towards the 3rd base. Base is so much more exposed, okay. SCVs are going down. Getting 6 SCV kills and a couple of mules. And we're building up that tank count. Thankfully, even though ByuN initially had the tank lead, we do see that because of the mech composition that uThermal is catching up. He's catching up in tanks. Vikings are in favor of uThermal as well, so he has air control. ByuN instead has a very heavy Marauder army. So got a lot of Marauders designed to stim in and to break a siege line, to tank those tank shots. Oh, Banshees, they almost get a tank. Dragging the army within range of the tanks, not bad. Baits him in. Raven goes down. Got full NG Raven. Once again, nicely done. Instead, ByuN, he just ignores the army, going for a massive counterattack. Back at home, what is it to defend? A handful of tanks. ByuN, he stims in. Yeah, tank on siege. Massive pickoff. He gets 2. 2 tanks go down. Gets into the mineral line. Does threaten the base. He's getting caught out though. Yeah, he's... I mean, still trading well. There we go. Gets into the base. SCVs are falling. Brutal damage here to uThermal. There was just a massive opening and uThermal turns everything back around. It's 14 SCV kills. Ay. Everything turns back. Still getting more damage. Another tank is gonna fall. And ByuN's drop play continues. Again, ByuN, he has a more mobile army. He's got Marines, Marauders, drops, medevacs. Can keep going. Now, uThermal, he's maxed out, but he's lacking that map control. So the drop play continues. And ideally, ByuN wants to buy more time. Wants to buy more time. Drag uThermal back home. Oof. ByuN does run into the tanks. Drop into the main. It is going to be a one-way trip. Yeah, Banshee does cloak. 2 Marines left. Oh no, another tank kill. Another tank goes down. These Marauders, they are an issue. Oh my god, can I get another tank? Not like this in the jobs, they just keep going. uThermal, this time he will not spot it. He's scanning, he's looking. He does miss it though. Yeah, he will miss the Doom drop. Once again, diving into the main. Tank's getting caught out this time. ByuN has his own tank. He has control of the ramp. He's going for the production. Thermal racing over. It does race over. It gets 1, 2, 3. Gets all the medevacs. We'll clean this up, but we'll lose a factory and more supply in the process. And he's just being pulled apart. He's just being torn apart here. ByuN just going left and right. Some more drops moving out. And catching out these straight tanks. You have another 4 tanks. Oh god. And uThermal's all in. At this point, uThermal's all in. It's all or nothing. Time is on ByuN's side. Tank always going off. This is it. This is it here for uThermal. Pushing right through the center. His economy is in shambles. ByuN, as a result, he can engage, he can trade, he can rebuild and replenish his army. So that's what ByuN should be doing here. Just picking up a couple of stray units. Behind this, ByuN is maxing out. He's got his stores to make up for his lack of anti-air. And ByuN just keeps going for drops. Like, just keeps dropping. Just keeps going. And again, uThermal, he was holding his own for a time until the drop play continued in the main and just got out of hand. It just got out of hand, got out of control. The turrets were too late. A lack of sensor tower as well. CC does barely survive. Barely. As ByuN once again sinks past the army. He's on a mission. Gets another tank. Another tank, another orbital. Yeah, cannot escape. Da-da. The CC goes down. Not like this, man. The army's a little bit oversimmed. So uThermal, he will hold. Takes the fight at the same time. Hellions, they get behind the mineral line. Barely out of range of the planetary. Not bad. Okay. That's nice on mining. Once again, the ByuN just keeps ignoring the tanks. Running past. Likewise, he defends back at home. That's Jesus. Like, the efficiency of Marine Marauder is insane. Sims in, just gets more tanks, more Hellbats, more efficient trades. Even Hero trades the Hellbats as well. Marauders are crazy bad. And GG gets called. Things just get out of hand. And ByuN, he will take a lead in the series 1-0. Whew, GG. GG will play. He will take a lead in said series. Again, uThermal, he was holding his own. He was holding his own for the first half of this game up until that second Doom drop into the main base. The first drop was an issue for sure, but for the most part, uThermal, he was able to clean it up, able to deal with it. It was the second drop. Like, the second drop, that's what got out of hand. That's when things got a little bit too chaotic, and that's when, of course, ByuN was able to snowball out of control, able to take a lead and run with it. And now we're getting into game number 2. We are jumping into game 2. And game 2 is going to be on Persephone. Okay. Loading into Persephone here. And we'll see how our players will adjust. Again, it was a really quirky build out of uThermal, going for the proxy Raxes, right? Like, going for the proxy Raxes, with that uThermal, he was able to actually deal some economic damage and in a way even things up, if not give himself a bit of an edge, claiming his natural base, getting his CC up and running as well. It was, yeah, really interesting setup there. One that I haven't really seen before, going 2 Rax Marine, not Reaper, just to pick up some SCVs, and yeah, with that was able to get into the early game, get into the mid game. But with that, GG well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2, and we'll see how our players do adjust coming into Persephone. Persephone being an interesting map as well. Shorter rush distance by air, drop play can be quite favorable here as well. We'll see if uThermal goes into mech again, if he goes into mech for a second time. uThermal can be a little bit more diverse. Hellbats are such a sorry excuse for getting TBT. I mean, they're just there to tank, you know, they're just there to be a bit of a meat shield, unfortunately. Like, they're not meant to do any damage, they're not meant to be anything more than that. They're just kind of glorified walls for your tanks. And even then, like, they're kind of made out of paper as well. Like, they're Smurge, pappy, smurge. They do what they can. They do what they can. But looks like we do have some technical issues, so hopefully they are resolved soon. Hopefully nothing too scary. Hopefully everything's okay. Likewise, hopefully everyone's been enjoying themselves, enjoying their week of StarCraft as well. Like, it was an intense weekend of SE for all, and again, Stellarfest is this weekend as well. So we have Stellarfest around the corner. Actually, I think starting today, right? Let's have a look at TL. When is Stellarfest? Stellarfest is in 3 hours. There you go, it's in 3 hours. 3 hours, man. And Stellarfest, that's going to last all week long as well. We won't be covering Stellarfest. We did cover the qualifiers, but only the qualifiers. It's fine. We're busy with everything else. There's a lot of StarCraft this week. But Stellarfest, that's the offline event happening in Canada. We're in Canada. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, into game 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Green Terran player. We have the Teal Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Terran player. We have the Red Terran himself. We have the Terran from the land of the Netherlands. It is uThermal. Let's go. Hellbat drops can be pretty good in TVT. They can be okay. Be okay. Oh, so we're doing it again. Okay. So my assumption would be 2x Reaper, but we may just go 2x Marine for 2 games in a row for the second time. Let's go. Este uThermal. Setting up for that second Rex. And we'll see if ByuN goes for a safer build this time. The answer is, oh my god, 2x Reaper. Oh, I am concerned for uThermal. I want to say that 2x Reaper defensively will shut down 2x Marine. So I'm a little bit concerned here for our Red Terran player. We'll see what he commits into. We'll see where this leads. I mean, regardless, even if this is 2x Reaper, like ByuN, like this is meant to be a hyper defensive setup to shut it down. Yep, there we go. Reapers are on the way. And ByuN will have the equivalent Reaper count with a defender's advantage. Oh boy. Now it still comes down to the initial engagement. It still comes down to the individual unit control. But I'm favoring ByuN in this position here. As this is meant to shut down specifically proxies.
Command center upgrade complete.
Reapers are on the way. ByuN is checking. He sees. Yeah, he sees. He pulls away. He has a high ground. He'll shoot first. And uThermal has to be so careful. uThermal, he has yet to realize what's going on. Boys are being pre-pulled. Factory's on the way. And uThermal, he does head towards the ramp. Now we have 2 Reapers. Yeah, he has 2 Reapers. Catch the first Reaper, and that's okay, that's just a brutal start. A brutal start. 1 Reaper goes down. Second Reaper going to be chased as well. Does not escape, and with that, ByuN has a massive lead. Ay. He's going across the map as well. He has everything he needs back at home. And that might just be game. As we mentioned, like defensive 2-rack is meant to hard counter proxy 2-rack Reaper. It's meant to. And there's nothing here at home. Yeah, there's nothing to defend. The GG gets called. ByuN, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. A build order win there for ByuN, and again, we gambled quite a bit. Game 1 was crazy. Game 1 was intense, and I was very impressed by what uThermal brought to the table in the first game. But here in game 2, just a little bit unlucky here that ByuN was going for his own defensive 2-rack Reaper, and with that he was shut down. ByuN was able to shoot first, of course, able to catch the first Reaper, and that was game. That was game then and there. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations to ByuN, and shout out to uThermal for competing. Again, uThermal, he doesn't often compete in open cups, so we do appreciate it whenever uThermal does show up to compete and to take part. So big shout out to uThermal. As he's been doing a lot for the scene, especially in recent times when it comes to organizing and hosting the 2v2 circuit as well, like the 2v2 circuit, and investing quite heavily into the 2v2 scene as well. It's been great to see that kind of growth and that support being spread around. So big shout out to uThermal for what he does, for the content that he creates as well. Hope to see more uThermal in more tournaments in the future, hopefully, especially in the new map pool once that comes around. Otherwise, it is time for the Gamba. Let's go. Let's go. Let us go. As we're heading over to the Korean server because we have the grand finals. It is going to be a best of five. Best of five between ByuN and NightMare. They're going to be facing off in that best of five series. But before the finals, it is time for La Rifa, papi. Let's go. We have $5. So for those that are curious, we do have a participation raffle for in all of our tournaments, in all of our open cups. So Sparkling Tuna Cup alongside MSO and SDO, not Turtle Tussle, that is not applicable there, but it's a way to incentivize participation. It's a way to spread the love as well. Every player that competed tonight does have an equal chance to walk away with some extra prize money, and who will walk away with that extra 5 USD? Nothing too crazy, nothing too major, just a way to spread the love, to spread the support. And of course, as always, hashtag rigged. True. Always, papi, always. But here we go. Of this week, we have 12 players. We have 12 players that are eligible for this week's random raffle. Again, we do see... Hold on. Again, to be eligible, you have to have played your matches. If there was a forfeit, for example, in the first round, if you did forfeit, then you are ineligible. But so far, no forfeits. Everyone did compete. Everyone did play. And this week, the random raffle winner is... Oh... Congratulations to Gunner, the Ukrainian Protoss player, the cannon rusher himself. Congratulations, does win this week's random raffle. Shout out to NightMare. I can see NightMare there as the runner-up. We had Nickrat, Shameless, Azura, and Triple, but congratulations to Gunner for winning 5 USD. GG, well played. Congratulations, papi. Este Gunner. And with that, we can now focus on our finals. Let's go. So congratulations here to Gunner as we get ready for that best of 5. Vetoes are underway, and we will soon get into ByuN versus NightMare. Here we go. ByuN versus NightMare in that best of 5. Just making sure we have our team set up. Just making sure. Beautiful. For now, we're going to be going on a very short break. Vetoes are underway. They're vetoing Incorporeal. They're vetoing Torches. Their vetoes are underway. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have those finals. We'll see you soon in a couple of moments. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your Marines, and we'll see you for those finals. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to Los Gran Finales here, to the grand finals of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 111. This is our weekly open tournament that we've been running for many years at this point. It's been many years that we've been hosting the Tuna Cup, and I want to give a big thank you and a big shout out to all of our supporters as well for helping to grow the event. Tuna Cup has grown so much, specifically this year. 2025 has been a big year for us, a big year for our tournaments, as we've had boosted prize pools and more support in our open cups that we have in the past. So thank you so much for the support. Again, if you want to support this tournament series, you can do so via Patreon. Exclamation mark Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund specifically our tournaments like Sea Duckling Open, Master Swan Open, and Sparkling Tuna Cup. So you can help us boost the prize pool and grow our tournaments even further through Patreon. Likewise, this all leads into a monthly finals at the end of the month, at the end of November. We already had a monthly finals for September and October. We have one more for November, and we have one more for December as well. So we do have some monthly finals around the corner that these events do lead into, as better standings, better placements in our open cups leads into invitations, of course, and seeding into our monthly finals. For now, though, we're jumping into our best of 5 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of 10,000 feet. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as well, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss for Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. Here we go, as ByuN does get his eBay on the low ground. A lot of progression as well, actually. So very nice delay here. A very long, very extended delay of the expansion for NightMare. NightMare, he does not want to take the unnatural natural, especially on this map. The unnatural base is much more exposed, much more vulnerable. NightMare, he will refuse, and as a result, he does go for a delayed expansion, and ByuN starts things off with a nice little win. Meanwhile, ByuN back at home, racks expand into a delayed factory. Economic follow-up here out of our Terran player. Does go for the CC on the high ground. Let's go. And also, before I get ahead of myself, if you're in the chat, it is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our TVP. So best of luck. Gamba while you can. Predictions, Mike, predictions. When it comes to this matchup, ByuN is going to be favored against NightMare, but only slightly. Like, I would say that I'm expecting to see a back and forth. I want to see a game 4, a game 5. I would not want to see a one-sided like 3-0 in either direction. So we'll see how NightMare compares to ByuN. We'll see if we can bring his A game. But now Twilight Council opener out of NightMare. Getting to blink. We'll see how many gateways. We'll see how safe NightMare does play. I see in the chat. Almost wise, a content creator and a cheese master. He basically forces his opponent to watch his videos to be prepared. Oh no. Watch all my videos, Pappy. True, true. That's the play. Oh. Now though, Reaper does get in. Does get 1 probe so far. Yeah, 1 probe does 4 in the natural. Does not get into the main base though. The scout is going to be denied. So nice cleanup here by NightMare. Nice defense. Back at home, CC is going to be taken from ByuN. Take a CC. I also just realized that we're on the Korean server. So after this game, I will most likely set up the VPN. I did notice like a frame drop here and there. Yeah, you can see it. So I will fix that up. For now, adepts are getting picked off. So nice clean up there by ByuN. Cyclone has arrived. He does catch the adepts. Shield battery just now being thrown down. And can ByuN get another stalker? Ooh, lock-on is broken. Yeah, lock-on gets broken. NightMare holds. Breaks the lock-on once again. NightMare, he's holding on. Behind this, ByuN, he's rallying across with his tank. Raven follow-up to harass. Okay, so he's not committing, just harassing. Dropping towards the main base. Raven as well. Stalkers are ready. And will not force a pickup. Oof. Yeah, Stalker does fall. Oh my god, barely gets away. That was close. That was close. That was clutch. ByuN pulls out, takes down the Stalker, and will make it back home. It barely does make it back home. So I'll quickly set up the VPN. Go. Will quickly set up. Stalkers to get 1 SCV kill. Just containing. Behind this, I believe 3 gates. Yes, 3 gate blink. So 3 gate blink Stalker out of NightMare. Safer start out of our Protoss player, going for his own 3rd base. So 3 gate blink into a 3rd. Meanwhile, our eyes are going to be on ByuN. Again, actually, like 10,000 feet is so bright. It's so bright now. I feel like I'm being hit by the sun. I'm just used to it being a little bit darker, because it's meant to be underwater, right? Like it's meant to be, I guess not anymore. Be 10,000 feet under the ground, papi. So we auto harass across the map, getting 1, 2 probe kills so far, getting 3. 3 probes go down. Raven once again barely gets away, just barely. Gets into the dead space. NightMare, he's after the 3rd base, going for Storm, going for his splash damage, building up. Likewise, welcome to 10,000 feet. This is one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. It's more aggressive. ByuN does move out. As it peels off across the map. Well, the only light in this world. Get some competition from the sun. True. Ah. Not like this, papi. Not like this. As ByuN drops in, causing a distraction. So far, NightMare, he does react well. He reacts well. He shouldn't lose much here whatsoever. Meanwhile, ByuN is pushing on the right hand side. Likewise, NightMare is in position with Storm. There's 3-eyed Templar in that prism. Storm is done. ByuN's pushing in. And shows that Storm. Wants to borrow. Might just going off. Ooh, takes down the prism. Yeah, prism goes down. Oh, but the Templar gets targeted by the tanks. Not bad. And ByuN, he can keep pushing. Yeah, he can just keep on pushing. No more Storms, no more High Templar. Very nice target firing here out of the Terran. And ByuN is breaking through. Alas, doesn't test his luck. Pulls away, respects his Zealot Warpins. But the trade wasn't too bad here. Got 6 Stalkers, the Prism, the High Templar as well. Not a bad trade out of ByuN. Once again, I do apologize for the frame drops every now and then in game. Should be fixed up for game 2 onwards. Should be. Well, NightMare is getting into the mid game here. Started with Storm, now switching into Colossus. We're building up. Nice time run by. Gets in. Denies mining. Doesn't really kill much though. ByuN does hold on. NightMare's getting in position. High Templar, they're lagging a little bit behind, but now they join the forces. Here come the Storms. So far, just zoning away. Oh my god. Yeah, Storm does catch the army. And let's back up. Also shows just how tanky the Marauders are. As they just tank the Storms. Prism gets in. Prism will barely not recall. Yeah, recall a little bit too late. Nice snipe there from ByuN. Now ByuN has nothing to worry about. Now he can focus on this push. And he's posturing. This is still a little bit risky here. I mean, the Colossus haven't joined the main fight yet, but they're out. So ByuN, from this point forward, he may just turtle up. What do I mean by that? Getting a 4th base, getting a 5th, getting more sensor towers, and maxing out. We brought this up before, and we should have started with this, but ByuN, he's, I would say, probably the most passive Terran player in the world in TvP amongst like the other Koreans and Clem. So compared to like Clem, Bunny, Cure, Maru, all the other top Terrans, ByuN, he often does kind of slow things down and embrace a longer game. Often, not always, but more so than the others. Here he's at least posturing. I should also mention as well that this is specific to TvP. He's much more aggressive in Terran versus Terran and Terran versus Zerg. Against Protoss, he has a very different approach. And to be fair, Clem has spoken on it recently and is looking to kind of agree with ByuN. As from here, ByuN gets his 4th base. And we should be soon seeing more sensor towers, more SimCity, specifically here at the 4th, to wall up. And then when ByuN maxes, then he can start being active. So here we go. He is maxing out. Now, he did max. There are times where ByuN, despite maxing out, will actually just stay at home until he gets into Liberator production and he refines and perfects his army. We'll see if that's going to be the case. Prism goes down. And does defend. He scans, he's looking for the army. Trying to keep up with NightMare's rotations. NightMare across the map, he is taking more bases. He has a good economy. He, for the most part, has map control. We spoke about Liberators. Here they come. Liberators are on the way. ByuN once again does find the Zealots. Not bad. Charge will get caught out. 3 more CCs on the way. Let's go. 4 more CCs. 5. Oh, Jesus. 5 more command centers on the way. He's gonna have plenty of mules, plenty of scans. As you mentioned, like we're turtling up here in our corner of the map. More sensor towers, more CC. Sorry, more SimCity. Do we have a fusion core? No fusion core. That is a bit of an oversight from ByuN. We do need that fusion core. We do need Liberator range. He's throwing down more turrets, securing his main base. And again, ByuN, he hasn't pushed past the halfway mark in quite some time, which is very ByuN. Like, it's all about just turtling up, perfecting that army, hoping that the Protoss player pushes into the Terran to take a better fight. Speaking of, NightMare, we gotta calm down. As ByuN is claiming another expansion, getting a 5th. So we have nukes on the way. Still no fusion core? Am I crazy? Yes, still no fusion core, which is a bit concerning. Nice EMP. NightMare poking in, trading out stalkers. These are expensive losses for NightMare. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol here. He was distracted by his own Zealot. So much better fight for ByuN. NightMare throwing away stalkers. Here come the Liberators, but once again, like, unless I missed something, there is still no fusion core. And it should have been thrown down by now, especially now we're working towards Neo-Seal frames, high-sec auto tracking, +3 ship weapons, +1 vehicle armor, or vehicle plating. Once again, better engage here, catching out all the Colossus. You can see ByuN just bullying this army. And he does take down all 3 Colossus. That means ByuN, he can push. There we go, he can start pushing. He can start being more aggressive. That's forced to cancel. We can keep going, Pappy. We can we can keep going. There's the fusion core. Fusion core is now on the way. It's late. It was forgotten, but now it's finally on the way. That's going to be for limited range. ByuN is still max. NightMare is down 40 supply. And again, NightMare, he can move out, he can push, but it just every fiber in his being is like, we have to turtle. God damn it. Every time. Oh, we have the Unsiege. Okay, let's go. Flying mining here at this in the base. Very nice EMPs. Snipes one of the Templar. No disruptors. We're very high Templar heavy. Oof. Very Templar heavy. Takes on both Liberators. So decent pickups there by NightMare, and again that's because Liberator range is not done. NightMare, he's ready for a flank. Let's catch another Liberator. The Lip goes down. Catching other Vikings as well. So some decent pickups here for NightMare. He rotates beyond, likewise keeping up with said rotations. Moves under the Liberator. More Liberators going down. Nice EMP. Nice initial EMP. Likewise, second EMP goes off as well. Catching another Templar. There's 8 Templar left. Another EMP lands. Is NightMare going to try to force his way through? Oh, has to be careful. Ideally, if you're going for the style for NightMare, again, it's a more of a gateway heavy composition. We should be going for counterattacks instead, avoiding the main fights and looking for other ways in, going for run-bys, counterattacks. These head-on fights are going in favor of ByuN, heavily in favor. Yeah, once again, massive EMPs, snipes the High Templar, ByuN just bullying back NightMare. And again, there's no disruptors. No Colossus. NightMare's army is just very lackluster. Again, the soup is lying to you. NightMare is maxed, but ByuN is still ahead when it comes to that army. When it comes to the quality of the army. Once again, the EMP's popping off, center base is going to go down, and ByuN can take this base himself. He can just take it himself. Center right is also going to be a crucial expansion as well. It's going to be a crucial base. ByuN's moving in. Let's go to his liberation. And NightMare, like I don't know what to say. Like he's trying to commit to this kind of army composition, but again, these head-on fights are not going his way. Not like this. Archon goes down. Here comes the flank. Does catch some Liberators at least. True. But he's cornered. Yeah, this one is cornered. Force a recall. Okay, just some really rough losses here for NightMare. Center right is going to go down. Alright guys, ready to scan stop right. That is mining. Checking for a sky toss transition. There is none, so no Stargate, no Fleet Peak, and no sky toss. No second robo, right? Sorry, there's no third robo, there's no disruptors. The reality is there's nothing to really threaten ByuN here. So he takes out another expansion. Another base goes down. NightMare trying to come in from behind. I guess looking from this perspective, even like attack paths are very limited on this map. We have what, one slim attack path here on the left, another here. Without War Prism Harass, I mean, NightMare's not able to achieve much. ByuN has got sensor towers everywhere, pappy. They're all over the place. ByuN is out of gas. I mean, ByuN has gas geysers if he wants them. Like, he can... it's fine. Yeah, the new kid is zone away. He's pushing in. NightMare going for a counterattack. The defense is back at home. Nukes will land. Yeah, ByuN breaking through back at home. ByuN, he defends. Fans breaks through the army. Mass liberation zones here at the natural. Storms, they try to zone away. Oh, the EMPs are brutal though. Yeah, brutal EMPs, and with that ByuN, he will dominate this fight. And you can see here the supply disparity. As we mentioned before, like even though both armies were maxed out, ByuN had a much more superior army. As NightMare, he plummets 80 supply. Again, there's just too much freedom, pappy. Too much freedom. Like ByuN, he has his perfect composition, and NightMare, he never got there. Soul Crusade try to blink in. Colossus, they flank. And landing a storm, but these are still trades. These are still better trades for ByuN. As ByuN is knocking down another base. Another base, another expansion is falling. GG gets called, and ByuN takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN, he does take a lead in the series. Again, a very slow style out of ByuN, but that's what we know him for. Like, again, ByuN this year, for the past, what, 11 months, ByuN's approach to TVP has been to be more defensive, to build up and perfect his army. And unfortunately, NightMare here, he was kind of stuck with more of a mid-tier and mid-game composition. Stuck with a very zealot-heavy style, no disruptors either, no Colossus, very Stalker, Zealots, Storm-heavy. And it's an army that doesn't scale well into a longer game. It just does not scale well. You have to transition out of that, especially against a defending player like this, into more disruptors, into ideally sky toss as well. If you don't do so, then again, ByuN will be able to just outscale you coming to a longer game. And GG. Sorry, I should also mention, if you're going for this style that NightMare was going for, you need to be able to bring down bases, right? You need to be able to harass and have successful harass and successful rotations to be able to knock down CCs, to be able to get into mineral lines, to be able to get into production. Like, if you're playing this style that NightMare was going for, you need to be able to find some damage. If you fail to do so, you have to recognize that and then get out of that kind of style, get out of that composition into something that's higher tech. But here we go. Here we go. We are getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran. We have the red Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss for Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. I will say NightMare did look a little bit lost as we were getting into the late game of TVP. Maybe he's just a little bit less experienced. It's possible he's a little bit less experienced kind of in that kind of game state. But we got us heading up, especially on Tokamak. Tokamak is known for longer games as well. This is one of the larger maps in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground, a more defensive forward base setup as well. So we often do see longer and later games on Tokamak. Now, what I will say is that on this map, your bases are a little bit more spread out, so there are going to be more opportunities here for the Protoss player to rotate and to harass and to knock down bases. So technically, we could see NightMare be a little bit more successful with that same style, but we have to be more willing to tech up when the need arises, right? When you recognize, like, hold up, I'm not really doing any damage, I'm not taking down any bases, like, I need to think further ahead. I think an example of that last game, ByuN, did he ever really lose any SCVs, right? Like, he wasn't losing bases, he wasn't losing planetaries, he wasn't losing workers, he was looking very comfortable the entire game. He was just chilling. Oh, here we go. Of course, another reason why like staying with Ghost is less effective, especially on the latest patch, is because of the Ghost change. With the Ghost now requiring less supply, it means you can actually afford and make up more Ghosts in your main army, so you have more EMPs. So again, it means High Templar, they scale worse over time. So it's not something you can really rely upon for too long. Now we do have initial openers. Getting to our 1-1-1. This time no eBay block. And we'll see if NightMare is going to be more aggressive here. We'll see how he feels after that first game. Like, do we have any pent up frustrations, and do we try to end the game early? Do we try to embrace that long late game again? It's on NightMare. How does he adjust? Now just 9 mining until the Cyclone arrives, and then ByuN can transfer. As ByuN is moving out. Going for a Cyclone drop. Meanwhile, Blink is on the way for NightMare, and he's getting up to 3 gates once again. So 3 gate Blink Stalker. Ooh, we're going for an early Liberator. Okay. You have my attention. ByuN. Okay. Never mind. I was like, yo, is he going to go for an early move out? The answer is no. Adepts, they do shade in, but alas, they do not commit, so he does not scout. So we do see that ByuN is rushing to a very fast third CC after the starport. Insane greed here out of ByuN, and NightMare is unaware. NightMare doesn't know. Now, what is scary about this, NightMare, first things first, is going for a very safe build, a very safe opener. If he continues down this safer path, he will fall behind. ByuN, with his faster third CC, he will have a big power spike when he saturates that third base. He's going to have faster 2-base saturation, faster 3-base saturation, and once that kicks in, then he will have the supply lead, and he will have the opportunity to be more aggressive once that kicks in. And again, it's on NightMare to try to figure out what's going on and try to punish. Either punish the faster third and break the third base itself, or respond with greed. And try to out macro. But now Storm is on the way. Oh. Nice snipe on the medevac. Takes down the medevac, takes down the cyclone as well. That should not have happened. At the same time, Liberator gets into the main base, gets 2 probes, and does deny mining. No major damage yet. He does defend. Prism is on the way. He's already on 8 gateways. Staying on a lower gas count. And NightMare will soon move out. Okay. And again, it's going to be on NightMare to contain ByuN on 2 bases. To at least contain the observer. Oh, doesn't quite see. NightMare moves out. Here comes a prism. Here come the storms. With this 2-Eye Templar in that prism. Zelta warping in. NightMare, he's going for it. Yeah, NightMare, he's committing. And he needs these storms to land. He's gonna have plenty of charge lots. We're lacking SimCity here to support ByuN. Ooh, NightMare gets spotted. And NightMare, he is spotted. Observer gets caught. And yeah, he backs off. NightMare, he backs off. 4th base is on the way. Double Forge and the Bay as well. Basically, NightMare, he just admitted that he will not break ByuN. So the aggression has failed. NightMare pulls away. And NightMare, he accepts that he has to set up for a longer game. So this is going to be a late 4th base, late tech as well. Well, this was delayed because this wasn't the initial plan. Okay. So ByuN's in a really nice position here. And again, there's a reason why ByuN does have that supply advantage. He does have his faster 3rd base fully operational. The 4th is late for NightMare. And ByuN just takes his own 4th. Okay. Storm zones. Storm is zoning. I didn't mention that ByuN was going to have a power spike to be more aggressive, but it's ByuN, so he may just use that to just secure himself, get a 4th base, turtle up, get a 5th base, like taking the Liberators, get into the Fusion Core. That's kind of what we're expecting out of ByuN. Does he land the EMP? No quite. Kites back, baits the army within range of the tanks. 2nd starport's on the way for more Vikings. NightMare is going into double Colossus production. So thankfully not too heavily reliant on storms. That's it. Oh, Jesus. Very nice EMP. Prism goes down. That was 2-Eye Templar, I believe. Yeah, 2-Eye Templar. Jesus. And again, we spoke about ByuN's lead. ByuN is maxed. ByuN has a 4th base, and ByuN most likely is going to get a sensor tower, get a 3rd starport. Yep, he's getting his ring of turrets going. He could be pushing, could be being aggressive. But ByuN, he's seen things, okay? He's experienced too much TVP. He has his own trauma. Never again, Pappy, never again. Oh, nice storm. Nice initial storm. CC is cancelled. And again, it's going to be on ByuN to just defend on 4 bases and slowly work towards his 5th. Sees the Templar. Oh! Seems away. We are lacking SimCity here, true. Yeah, only 1 tank on the high ground. NightMare, he can try to push in. ByuN's position is lacking. Okay, a lot of the supply here is elsewhere. Now rotating over. Oh, gets a tank. 1 tank goes down. Again, we're still lacking SimCity here as well. Zelta collapsing in. And NightMare is going for the planetary. Yeah, he is going for it. Storm in the mineral line. Planetary goes down. Nice pickup. But when the Vikings are being thrown away, they do not get the second Colossus. And again, ByuN, he was out of position. A lot of his army here was, again, was towards the top side. Oh. Big overextension. Goes away Templar. And so far, NightMare, he's looking better than last game. Last game, what we just saw wasn't happening, where he did break the expansion. Got into the middle line, he killed some SCVs. Got some worker kills, got the base as well, slowing down ByuN's economy. And of course, behind this, NightMare is going to take every other base on the map. At least he should be. Oh, brilliant piece. Colossus goes down, NightMare should not be here. We're going to calm down. There's that 5th expansion. I will say that claiming the 5th base on Tokamak is going to be more difficult. The 4 base setup is pretty secure, but the 5th base is more out in the open, more exposed. Ooh, 1 Colossus goes down. Vikings, they do hold their own. Storm is baited. Takes out the Storm. Takes down the Archon. Oh. On the Colossus as well. Colossus getting very low. ByuN going for the center expansion. Oh, bold move. We'll see if we can maintain it. Storms. Storms in the bio. And ByuN is still trying to perfect his army. He does have Liberator range, and he's a little bit more time to actually embrace those Liberators. He's almost there. Then he can take over ground control. Still does need to trade. Oh, gets a Colossus. Colossus goes down, Archon as well. Get a nice pick here by ByuN. ByuN is still out trading, takes in all 3 High Templar, and he can just keep pushing. He can keep going, will deny the base. Ooh, that's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. Aye, aye, aye. Yeah, big step up there from NightMare. Colossus are coming in. Let's go. 3 more CCs on the way. Getting into new steel frames, high sec auto tracking. We're getting into all the late game upgrades. Almost there. Speaking of, we spoke about this previously in the previous game, but with ByuN now getting his 5th base up and running and fully operational, this is where I'm a little bit concerned for NightMare. He has been more successful when it comes to his rotations, that is true. So you can justify staying on this army composition a little bit further, a little bit more. And a Storm. Storm connects with the Colossus, they're exposed. He gets 2. One Colossus goes down, he's stepping in, he wants to rest. He wants him. He gets him. 1 Colossus left. And NightMare, he just flew too close to the sun. ByuN, he's maxed. Now's the time. So ByuN, he wins the fight. He pulls back. He pulls back, throwing down more CCs, more sensor towers, more turrets. Goes to the mass scan. He's looking for the fleet beacon, basically. He's looking to see if there's a beacon, if there's a Stargate. Trying to figure out what's going on. Of course, NightMare still sticking with the gateway heavy composition. It's got 11 Templar. So that's a little storm potential. 11 Templar, Pat. As now ByuN claiming a 6th. So 6th base getting now up and running. Another big moment here for ByuN. Typically, the win condition for NightMare with this kind of style is to deny the 5th. Deny the 5th, deny the 6th base. That's not really happening here, though. So that's my concern. Is that ByuN, he's freely expanding. Planetary is going to go down. Supposed to cancel. Let's get a base. At the same time, ByuN counterattacks, kills the Nexus himself. Storms do, sorry, EMPs do land. Storms like raise the army, Blink Stalkers, they just dive in. Goes to dive, he gets punished. Jesus, the Liberators, they just go ham on the Stalkers. ByuN turns around. Once again, we're just going for the mass scans. Once again, we're checking for the fleet beacon. There's no beacon. ByuN's like, oh, thank God. He's just sticking with his army. That's fine with me. Yeah, mass EP just carpets the entire army. Vikings, they chase down the Colossus. Oh, just some flanking storms. So some reinforcing storms. Yeah, storms they will delay. Force back ByuN. Gee, that's a lot of Dark. Okay, that's a lot of Dark Templar. We have the 12 DT hit squad. Let's go. Let's go in for the bases. We'll see when ByuN does notice. Let's get one Liberator. DT is making the way into the main. Going straight for the production instead. Let's go. ByuN does notice. Does go for the Great Mega. Lifts everything. Let's go. There's a scan. Sees mass DT in the base. Ay, ay, ay. And we could just recall. Yeah, there it is. There's a recall back home. Gets one Dark Templar. Sorry, gets two. Two Dark Templar go down. Did you recall out? Oof. Nice knock on 5 SCVs with that tower. NightMare is swapping off. He's distracting. But outside of the DT harass and outside of the first push at the 4th base, like, ByuN has been very comfortable. He's just been chilling. Like, he's been very comfortable here. Just playing turtle defense. Just defense the bases. I moved out that one time to kill center right. True, true. You kill one Nexus. Slowly breaking out. Oh, does go for the mass blink. Gets one, gets 2 liberators. Nice to CC as well. Not bad. At the same time, GTs, they go for another planetary. NightMare, he's getting some damage done here. But was that worth it? 6 SCV kills, kills the planetary, kills an orbital. Not too much meaningful damage. And ByuN is just rebuilding. Like, he's just ByuN is just unfazed. And NightMare, he throws away 50 supply. I mean, he still has a bank at least. And ByuN gets out. Let's go. He gets across the map for the first time in like 10 minutes. Gets into even longer than that, actually. Since the middle line, 19 perps going down, NightMare is racing back home to defend. So NightMare's trying to push right down mid, but we have mass liberator. There's too much freedom. There's 13 liberators, and that cannot be dealt with. Not with this kind of army. And again, I feel like I'm kind of repeating myself from what happened in game 1, where NightMare, he chose to stick with a more mid-tier army composition. Refused to deviate. ByuN kept checking, by the way. Remember, we saw multiple times this game where ByuN was going for the mass scan, looking for the Stargates, looking for the fleet beacon. Never came, never arrived. I was like, okay, sure. We can keep doing this, it's fine. We get some diesel storms on the liberators. Despite that, the Protoss army is punished. Top left base is going to go down. Sentinel's full. Nice. Oof. Yeah, head template being thrown away. Stalkers, they go for the dive, and this may just be the final fight here for NightMare. He commits in. He tries to. He just lost 2 bases. ByuN, they could keep pushing and go for another expansion. Yeah, he scans, sees nothing there. I mean, there's also nothing worth killing here either. No money, no resources. NightMare, I believe his only real mining base is here, center right. This is his economy. Bottom right is cancelled. So there's 1 base economy, let's go. Don't tell me game 3 is going to be on Maganatha. Now we're diving in. I mean, hey, we do see NightMare trading well. Gets on top of the Ghosts. Ghosts are going down. Again, ByuN is fighting with only half his army. The other half is across the map. This is NightMare's moment, but still doesn't break through. Planetary holds. Yeah, no, sure. The planetary does hold, does survive. Reinforcements have arrived for ByuN. Oh. Mass Zealot is coming in as well. Oh, but ByuN does bully. It bullies back the army. As we mentioned before, like NightMare's army just does not scale well into a longer game. Has expired. I guess 2 more Liberators towards the end. 1 Storm lands. And ByuN is going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throw. GG gets called, and ByuN will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a very similar story to game 1. I will say that NightMare did have some better success early on. I'm specifically referring to when he broke the 4th. Remember early on, like 15 minutes ago? NightMare, he moved out and he broke the 4th base initially. That was great. Like, that was great. But that was the only time that he killed an expansion. Really, that was the only time he ever hindered the economy of ByuN. Outside of that, ByuN was doing a great job at just turtling up, getting a 4th, 5th, and 6th base. As I mentioned previously, once a Terran player is able to secure themselves like this, once things look like you're failing to get damage done, that's when you need to accept the fact that we got to get out of this gateway composition. We got to start taking up, and we got to get out of this. That's why ByuN kept scanning. That's why he kept looking. He was like, you must be switching now, right? It was no. And ByuN was able to just maintain himself, keep building up his Liberators, keep building up his Ghosts. GG. GG, well played. Just a battle of attrition that ByuN was able to take, was able to come in on top with, of course. And now we get into game 3. Game 3, we're loading into Pylon. Okay, let's go. I'm ready. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss for Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. Here we go. As we're getting into game 3. And welcome to Pylon. Pylon is a smaller map in the map pool, is the shortest Russia's map in the map pool actually. Smaller map, aggression is favored here. So I want to believe that ByuN, he can choose to be more aggressive on Pylon. It would make the most sense on this map for him to cut some corners and be in the face of his opponent, but we'll see. We shall see. It goes both ways. We've been seeing a lot of 4-gate blink on Pylon in recent times. That's also viable, also an aggressive option. ByuN does go double gas already, so for going for a tech-heavy start out of ByuN, I believe for the first time this series. So faster factory, delayed CC, faster tech out of our Terran player. We'll see where ByuN takes us. This is not indicative of an all-in. It can lead into one, but for now, just more tech-heavy. Is going for something more tech heavy here. Likewise, our players are building up. And with this, we can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion. We can go into earlier Widowmine drop play, even more committed Widowmine drop play as well. Faster starports, the Banshees. Yeah, there's options. It does have options. Now kills a probe. Probe pulls away. We can see here does not make any Hellions, so he will go straight into the tech lab. So tech lab into, I would imagine, 111. As he is preserving his gas. Gas is being preserved, only the one Reaper. Our safety cyclone on the way. Likewise, we get a full scale. Oh, we do see a surround. Nice cleanup here by NightMare. Okay. NightMare does surround. It shuts down the Reaper. The Reaper did get a full scout, though. Did come from the Twilight Council, but a nice pick off here from the Protoss. There's that starport. As you see the safer robo timing. second gateway, and from here we can go 3 gate. 3 gate blink will make the most sense. I did mention earlier that we have been seeing a lot more 4 gate blink on pylon, so that's also going to be a viable option for NightMare, depending on what ByuN goes for. As the add-on soul, Tech Lab straight onto the starport. Oh, and we are going into not Cloak Banshee, we're going into Speed Banshees. Half-Right Rotors are on the way. So Speed Banshees on the horizon. This should not be, I say should not be. Technically, this can lead into mech. This can lead into a third TC, into extra factories. But there are bio setups, so you do go into High-Flight Rotor Banshees as well. The reason why we've been seeing a rise in popularity of this even before the patch is because of how common it is for Protoss players to open up with observers, right? To go for the faster robo into faster observer production. This is very common, has been very common for most of this year, of course, and that's why, well, I say most of this year, the past couple of months. That's why we've seen a shift in focus of players getting into Cloak and instead into Speed Banshees instead. Of course, we're seeing it even more in this patch just because of the buff, just because of the reduced time it takes to actually get the research the upgrade. But even before that buff, like, ByuN was going for this. Let's see, is ByuN gonna pull a cure? Nah, second racks. Second racks on the way, getting into bio. Not mech. So from here we're building up. NightMare is getting his own third base, his own gateways, working towards charge. Charge is on the way. Nice catch. Welcome is not broken. ByuN does catch one of those stalkers. Behind this, my apologies, we have yet to see a third CC, getting to a 3-1-1 setup. ByuN is being active. Let's see if he commits. The answer is no. Okay, he gets halfway across, pulls away. At the same time, at Banshees, they hit the third. They hit the natural. 2 Banshees, they can one-shot probes. But Stalkers are in position, and 1 Banshee will go down. So nice time for the Banshee. Despite that, we're still getting 8, soon to be 9 probe kills. Can we get 10? Just barely. Yeah, just barely. 10 probes go down for 1 Banshee. That's a better trade for ByuN. Nicely done. And again, behind this, he's waiting for his upgrades before we move out. Stim, combat shields +1. Building up his army. NightMare going into his third base. Sorry, his fourth base. This is greedy. We're blindly rushing to a fourth. NightMare, he hasn't really seen what's going on completely here. This is a little bit concerning. So, fourth base followed by double forge and a Temple Archives. Going for a high tech count, taking up quite heavily, I should say, after the fourth base. NightMare is vulnerable. More birds are going down. NightMare, he started up Glaives for a moment there, then canceled. So NightMare panicking a little bit. And here comes the push. Now ByuN is going for a third CC, so I was curious to see if he was going to commit into a 2-base all-in. The answer is no. He's expanding, but I would say there's a lot of pressure on ByuN to try to punish some of the greed of NightMare. Yeah, there is a lot of pressure. He's moving out. It is going to be a tough defense here for NightMare. Storm is not even halfway done. So ByuN, we got to go. We got to send it. He doesn't know. He doesn't know at the fourth location. Yeah, checks the triangular third.
Mineral field depleted.
Does scan. Does move in. Next to siege. But they're a little bit far back. Yeah, they're too far back here. So the push is delayed. Tanks moving through further forward. Storm is now done. With Storm finishing, can ByuN pull this up? Oh, tank some of the Storm. Rover's gonna go down. Nice snap on the Rover. +1 is almost done. He's actually going for the natural. Uh-oh. Yeah, it does force his hand. Does force NightMare. NightMare, he commits in. Guesses over the tanks. Nice flank as well. NightMare, he will clean this up completely. Every tank will fall. And ByuN is in danger here. ByuN, he plummets in supply. And without those tanks, he is that much weaker defensively back at home. This is NightMare's moment. NightMare, he gets away with his 4th. He gets away with now a 5th base. He gets away with taking up greedily. 1-1 upgrade's now done. And NightMare, he has momentum. This is not going to be easy here for ByuN. Diving the army, forcing friendly fire. Sniper does pull away. But again, we mentioned this at the start of the game, but turtling up and being defensive and getting into a 4 and 5 base setup on Pylon, this is maybe the most difficult map to do this on. It's not going to be easy here for ByuN. He's going to be at the disadvantage if he does plan on being more defensive. This is where NightMare can bob up instead. And he's double expanding. NightMare has momentum. And ByuN, he needs to be active. Defending and just purely defending is not going to cut it here on Pylon. I'll split the base. Diving the army. Will tank the EMPs. Does focus on the ghosts. Oh, at least tries to. Going for the Marauders even. Yeah, gets one, gets both Marauders. Medevac as well. Storms are coming in. A nice EMP. But last is still Storms. Storms are still left over. And again, for the first time this entire series, NightMare has momentum. NightMare is up in supply, up when it comes to supply, up when it comes to army, up when it comes to economy. NightMare is ahead. ByuN's like, this is why I don't attack. This is what True. CMP's a great High Templar. More storms are coming in. It's a lot of storms. NightMare, he's maxed out. And he's just cornering ByuN. Yeah, he's cornering him, going for the CC. ByuN trying to respond. And I'll be impressed here if ByuN can survive this. It's NightMare. Oh. It does get caught out. On that Templar falls. ByuN supply blocks, can't make anything. Gets an okay EMP. But still brutal storms. Diving with the army, Marines are going down. And NightMare, he should once again just overwhelm. Keep going, Pappy, keep going. Gets the ghost. Takes down the ghost. Takes down the medevacs. Again, ByuN barely has anything left. And NightMare has done it. And again, although this came down to the failed aggression, GG gets called, and NightMare, he puts a point on the board. He does fight back. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, this is maybe the best map for NightMare's style, and likewise the best map against ByuN. As we mentioned, Pylon, it is very difficult to go for this more turtle heavy and defensive style. Probably the most difficult map to do it on actually in the current map pool. So it was a really brutal position there for ByuN. Likewise, it wasn't just about being more difficult to defend, but also he pushed out with his first 3 tanks, right? He moved out with his tanks, and he was unable to punish his opponents. He took a little bit too long to get into the natural. ByuN, he lost momentum, he lost his lead, and as soon as he lost all 3 tanks, that was almost game then and there. Like, he lost so much of his momentum, and NightMare was looking much more comfortable after the fact as well. With that, he was able to gain map control, take better fights. GG, well played. As we do have a series, we have a back and forth. NightMare does take a game, and now we're getting ready for game number 4. Let's go. Let us go. And I'm most curious as to the map. Okay, we're gonna be loading into Magnetic North here for game number 4. Let's go. Now, I was talking earlier how, okay, so on these more aggressive maps, on these more difficult to defend maps, I'm going to be favoring NightMare. I'm going to have to say the same thing here as well. We're going to be loading into Magnetic North. This is going to be a bit of a smaller map. It is going to be more of an aggressive map as well. Let's go. We'll see if we can force the ace match. As warning, in the bottom hand corner of Magnetic North, we have the South Korean Terran. We have the Red Terran. For Shopify, it is a ByuN. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss, we have the blue Protoss for Streamer Zone. It is a NightMare. Here we go. We're getting into our TVP, and welcome one and all to Magnetic North. This is an interesting map in the map pool. They have taken away some of the teeth on this map. If you recall, this 4th base used to have a high yield gas geyser. There used to be a gas geyser here at the 4th, which you could make use of to be hyper aggressive across the map and to go for these all-ins, but alas, they did remove the high yield base. There's still a high yield gas here bottom right, but it's a little bit further away and more difficult to maintain early on. Outside of that, of course, we do have our 3rd location. So quickly checking here, looking at ByuN's side of things, as he's going for a more gas intensive start. Double gas to a faster factory. Your natural is secure. You have a very narrow ramp coming into the natural. Pushing into this is difficult, but the 3rd base is a lot more open. We have a wide entrance here towards the top side. We have another entrance or run by potential here on the right. We also have this wide entrance here towards the left hand side in between the natural and the 3rd. So aggression is favored here on Magnetic North, and as a result, it's going to be difficult for ByuN to play that turtle heavy style again. Not impossible, but difficult. Already ByuN going for the faster factory. ByuN this time does skip his Reaper. So ByuN, no SCV Scout and no Reaper Scout either. Reactor is finishing up. And from here, going into Reactor Reaper Hellion. Okay, going for a much more aggressive start here is ByuN. We'll see what kind of damage he can achieve. NightMare going for a safety shield battery. Setting up. Also, I do keep forgetting to turn on the VPN, so I do apologize. This game, I've noticed a couple of freezes. If we get another, I'll make sure. So especially after game 1 and game 2, because they were very long games, I guess. Did slip my mind. ByuN is moving out. Again, the goal here is economic damage. He gets spotted. That does get away. Does get away. Meanwhile, big shout out to La Grasa in the chat. Papi, thank you so much for subscribing for the first time with the tier 1 sub. Thank you, Papi, thank you. Do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the StarCraft, hope you enjoy. As Reapers, they do get into the mineral line. Oh, they do slip into the main. Once again, the goal here is economic damage, but there's a shield battery in the main base. Oh, and ByuN, he finds no damage here. And Stalkers, they pull away. They get within range of the shield battery, and NightMare, he is safe and sound. He shuts down the Reapers. There's 2 Reapers left. This opener was a little bit lackluster here. And thankfully, ByuN, he does at least retain some of his units. Behind this, building up his tanks. And rushing to a third. Okay, so once again, a faster third CC here by ByuN. Getting to his faster third base. I believe we saw this on Tokamak. NightMare is building up extra gateways, is of course claiming his third. So building up into the mid game. Do you prefer NightMare's position? So let's catch the Hellions. Nicely done. Cleans up the Reaper Hellion. Liberator's on the way. NightMare does shade in. Oh. And again, for me, the game was just going to be slowly continuing. It's going to come down to whether or not ByuN can actually turtle up and defend his third and fourth expansion. I'm curious to see which fourth base he goes for, whether it's the fourth base on the right or left-hand side. On the left-hand side, at least, also much more open. There's destructible rocks here that can be knocked down, so very wide entrance coming into the fourth base. Likewise, easy rotations between the fourth and between the third base option. Likewise, if we go for the low ground, we'll go for the base on the right-hand side. It's a similar setup here as well, where it's also a little bit more accessible. So difficult to take fourth bases. Base on the way. Going to be going for a delayed storm into earlier Colossus. NightMare did scout the third CC. Is aware. So here comes a move out. Again, ByuN just looking to establish his third. Oh. Moving in. We'll save the tank, thankfully. And we'll set up his third base. But again, the third base is so open here. And once again, I do apologize for some of those frame drops. I kept forgetting to turn on the VPN. If we get into the ace match, I'll turn on for that. Unfortunately, I just can't turn it on mid-game. Otherwise, I will DC. NightMare's moving out. He does have his prism, he can reinforce. I mean, I do feel like this base is accessible, that's true, but the tanks are further back. Let's see if NightMare can move in. Tries to get into the mineral line, going for another warp in, having a hard time engaging. Got a nice SimCity here out of ByuN. Drop into the main. Is it range? Ah, no. So Prism does slip in. Came to the production, at least trying to. Vikings are ready. Prism gets turned away. And nice snipe out of ByuN. Oh my god, barely not. Prism does pull out. And ByuN secures his third. Now, we did speak on how ByuN's fourth base option is going to be very, very difficult to maintain. But we're getting there. Now the game is slowing down. Again, ByuN should just be turtling up as best he can. Turrets are on the way. More turrets in between the bases. NightMare is rotating. Bleeding out a couple of stalkers. Yeah, 3-4 stalkers going down. Better trades here by ByuN. Ay, ay, ay. Picking up a lot of stalkers. And NightMare a little bit careless with his army movements. Still being active. Has his Zealot run by ready. More Prism Warping as well. There's one turret in position, soon to be two. Prism does slip past. Just barely slip past. Thankfully, ByuN does spot it. Oh, despite that, it's a bit of a late reaction. Warping will complete. And while ByuN's distracted, the tanks are ready. Get tanks in position. ByuN, he defends. He defends the main, he defends the third. ByuN holds. And ByuN is going for the linear third base option for his fourth. Okay. Does expand on the left hand side. Again, wide entrance, easier rotations. We'll see if ByuN can maintain this fourth. Second rib is on the way for NightMare. NightMare never got Storm. And is going into double disruptor production for the first time. Okay, for the first time in the series. Bracing the disruptors. They have a little potential, of course. Then we have the Temple Archives in towards Storm, getting all the splash damage. As one of the Colossus does fall. And I sniper out of ByuN, chasing on forward. First Nova goes off. Takes down 2 Marauders. Nothing crazy yet. Does have a terrifying army. That's going to be 4 disruptors arriving. That's a lot of Novas. As Elsa coming for the run by. So far, ByuN, he does defend. He's securing his 4th base. Even okay. Even immediately ending his 5th. And NightMare, unfortunately, he's been stuck keeping up with ByuN. He's been stuck keeping up with the army, so he's been unable to actually threaten this base at all. He's busy with ByuN's army, but he's up to 5 disruptors. Way in. Oh. It doesn't find it. ByuN gets across the map instead. I believe there's some Colossus defend. Oh, a bit of miscontrol. 2 disruptors, they go down. They're getting 2 disruptors, flanking army as well, forcing out some Novas, and NightMare's getting caught. He's getting caught out. He'll lose every single disruptor. The Vikings, they land as well. Oh my god. ByuN, he collapses in, and NightMare, he plummets in supply. That's what, 60 supply just plummeting down the drain. Colossus, they were out of position. They won with the main army, and with that, ByuN, he's done it. ByuN, he breaks through. Ay, ay, ay. Just caught the army, got the surround. Colossus zone back, Vikings they land. And NightMare, he has nothing. Yeah, he has nothing here. I mean, that's the downside of disruptors. You need to be able to gain value with them, need them to pop off. Unfortunately, got surrounded. NightMare is trying to keep up. I'm trying to. Oof. Once again, EMPs land. That's 20 probe kills. And ByuN can just keep rallying. Oh. And he is. Yeah, he's rallying in. Takes out more probes. This is the army. I think there's one Colossus left. No, not even. Yeah, 0 Colossus. Just 5 disruptors. And with that, ByuN has done it. ByuN has done it. It's broken the bases. Again, I feel like there was potential for NightMare to punish some of these bases, but as we mentioned, like, he was so busy keeping up with ByuN's movement that it allowed ByuN to get his 4th base, his 5th base. GG gets called, and ByuN, he will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. An interesting series here. ByuN, he did go for his more patented, more defensive play in the first 2 games, where he was hyper defensive and turtled up and was able to max out and just slowly just win that battle of attrition. Game 3 was a little bit different. Game 3, ByuN decided to be more aggressive on pylon. He got punished for it. He got punished for being more aggressive. He got shut down. He got punished for moving out. Of course, NightMare was being safer, of course, and was able to catch the first wave of tanks. So a very strong fight there for NightMare, and NightMare was looking very in form in game number 3. Coming into game 4 here, it looked like we were kind of like testing some things out a little bit. NightMare did switch into Mass Disruptor a little bit earlier on. It was interesting without any storm whatsoever, so went Colossus into Disruptor, but unfortunately he got out positioned, right? He got out positioned. We saw that ByuN was able to set up a surround, collapse in with the Viking army, and also collapse in with the Vikings as well, and in one fell swoop, NightMare lost everything. He lost the entire army. GG. GG, well played. It was one and done. And because the map is so small, it meant that the counterattack was that much faster for ByuN as well. As he was able to just push across, take down bases. GG. GG, well played. Little time to react there. And with that, congratulations to ByuN, as it does claim the tournament. He is our champion. Shout out to NightMare for coming in 2nd place. Do appreciate it as well. NightMare, he's also a very active player in our tournament scene, on our tournament circuits, and did well for himself making it to the finals, but did fall to ByuN in the end. And again, ByuN has been kind of like perfecting and refining his own TVP. Been playing it well. GG. And with that, that is going to be us wrapping up here for the evening. Again, if you want to support us, if you want to support these tournaments, you can do so via via Patreon. Patreon is, of course, a command in the chat, and we do host these events on a weekly basis. Every single week we do have the Sparkling Tuna Cup, and we also have monthly finals as well. As you can see here on my right, these are the 3 tournaments that we run ourselves on a regular basis. We have some weeklies, we have some monthlies as well, all funded via Patreon. So thank you so much to all of our patrons. Thank you so much for all the support. Again, we do appreciate it, and you can see our current earnings and our current goal just under the graphic. Just under the graphic on the right hand side, you can see down there we currently earn 568 USD a month through Patreon, and the next goal is at 670 to boost the prize pool even further for Sparkling Tuna Cup. So again, we have our goals, we have our stretch goals, all working towards eventually running monthlies on a regular basis. Right now, we only are running monthlies until the end of the year, until the end of 2025. So thank you so much for all the support that we do have via Patreon, and all the support that we do get by even just watching the event, and of course subscribing here on Twitch, becoming a member on YouTube. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Otherwise, we're going to be heading off for the evening. When it comes to the rest of our schedule, bam, our next broadcast is going to be tomorrow morning. Pickers Cup. Pickers Cup is tomorrow morning, and we have the CranKy Gathers Grand Finals tomorrow evening as well. So we have a lot of StarCraft on the horizon, a lot more to come. Pickers Cup is going to be a little bit later, depending on where you are, because of daylight savings. Daylight savings did just hit the Americas over the weekend, so Pickers Cup is going to be an hour later. It's going to be starting at midday my time. So it's a bit of a give and take. It means that I get more time to sleep. True, I get to actually sleep like 1 hour more. The downside is that that also means that I don't get to nap in between casts, because the Crank Gatherers event is basically going to be like almost right after Pegasus Cup, so a very little time in between casts there. We'll do our best. We'll do our best, Pappy. We'll do our best. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks you so much for tuning in. Likewise, throughout the rest of the week, we have more What Is to Be Monday, Pegasus Cup, KSL, Tuna Cup, and the next Tuna Cup is on Sunday. Usually, this tournament that we just hosted is on the weekend, but this week we did have it on Tuesday because of the StarCraft for All tournaments. The big offline event that happened in the Americas. We were casting that, of course, but that did take up the weekend. That's why we moved Tuna Cup to Tuesday instead. Usually it's on Sunday, so as you can see on the schedule, it's going to be on the upcoming Sunday. That's our next Tuna Cup. We have a Sea Duckling Open on Saturday as well, and again, plenty of other events, plenty more StarCrafts, as always on the CranKy Ducklings. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for Pegasus Cup or for the Crank Gatherers Grand Finals. Both events tomorrow. See you then, Papi. See you then. Thanks for watching. Thanks so much for the support, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Ciao, Papi. Ciao. Hasta luego.